Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I am joined as ever by Robbie. I wandered lonely as a cloud, Bellekom. Sam, 'twas brillig, and the slithy toves.
Did Yara and Gimble in the way?
Burns.
They did.
Yes. And Ellie Kilroy was here, Sparrow.
I do not know that reference.
You know the sort of when people like graffiti on walls, so and so was here. Kilroy was the first one. Well, it's not the first one to do it. The first one to do it was like probably whoever spray painted hands on a wall in a cave.
Or the people in Pompeii who carved Titus was here and I fucked his mum.
I think he was a quartermaster in the army by the name of Kilroy. And whenever he finished surveying a section, he'd just scribble on a wall. It's like, yeah, Kilroy was here, done this bit.
So it actually had a function. Ellie just dropped their pencil. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Which you could
I
also
love
put
old graffiti. And also, like, things that just show people have always been people. It's nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Pompeii graffiti is the best. I bombed Sextus. Like it's all like that. It's amazing.
Oh,
Like they like some people spent ages like translating it, and they found that it was all like this. What were you gonna say, Bob?
One of the few things, like when they did like just archaeology stuff in Bath, one of the things that they found loads of was curse tablets. Like it's like the one thing that survived. And it's just proof that people have always been petty. There's one like, someone stole my gloves, and whoever it was, I want them to lose their eyes and go mad.
That's amazing.
Gloves guy.
I mean, you deliberately bury those, which is probably why they've survived.
Yeah, they're all part of the like temple to Artemis something. Like, it's got a specific name in Bath.
Oh, it's Minerva, isn't it? Yeah, it's
Minerva, even Minerva.
Yeah.
It's because it's the Roman rather than the Greek, and it's not Artemis, the other one, the one with the owl.
Athena, thank you. I'm very tired. Yeah, it's all so petty, and it might be the only example of like written English Celtic language we have is one of these stupid petty curse tablets.
I love it.
People are amazing.
People have not changed. At all.
2,000 years on, people are the same.
There's so many of those curse tablets that persist. I remember reading about one that was specifically like... It was actually a warning tablet. It was a warning marker for someone's house that invoked the god Priapus, whose name is the source of the medical condition priapism, which can be defined as an erection that lasts longer than 4 hours.
That's a long time.
Yeah, as indeed, and Priapus also was long, 4 feet long, according to the statues.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did he commission the statues himself?
Well, see, it was traditional to have tiny statues of Priapus with 4-foot-long dicks held in both hands, and a very distinctively sort of dick-style hat or helmet. And eventually that little fireman's helmet hat and the long rod became, allegedly, the gnome with the fishing rod of today that you see in people's gardens. It's a surviving votive statue of a dick god from centuries past.
Our neighbours have a lot of garden gnomes. I wonder if they know this. We should never be the weird neighbours that tell them.
Yeah, you should absolutely.
I'm sure they do know.
We're already the weird neighbours. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
So, if we're the weird neighbours that are like, by the way, you know them gnomes you have? Them's are penises, them's are...
I mean, a lot of those gnomes are not subtle in their penis references.
This is true. But they might just like them because they're cheerful. So, you know.
I do just love the gnome hat, like, for its resemblance to the fireman's helmet, like, and the fact that that was actually always intentional. Because, like, your standard gnome does just look a bit like a dick.
It does.
Yeah.
It does look a bit like a dick.
Speaking of dicks, it's time for us to demand, future Jason, what messages from the present? It's Future Jason with messages from the present. This episode of Flintlocks and Fireballs is brought to you by you. As ever, a massive thanks to our crew members on the Flintlocks Patreon who help keep this ship sailing. There's a wealth of extra content and bonus features for patrons, including regular blog posts, extra stories narrated by the cast, artwork, and a monthly poll for the community to help design an element to go into the game. You can check it out at patreon.com/flintlocks-and-fireballs, link in the description. We are an affiliate of dnddice.com, makers of beautiful specialty dice since 2010. Whether you need dice because you're masquerading as a vampire, calling Cthulhu, or are some sort of Pathfinder gathering the magic munchkins, you can click through our affiliate link in the description and grab yourself or a friend some particularly sexy dice or a particularly sexy leather dice bag. We are also an affiliate of Zavi, fine producers of nerdy garments and handy household items. Remember, you can click through the affiliate link in the description and use code FLINTLOCKS20 to take 20% off clothing and FLINTLOCKS10 to take 10% off not clothing. And that's it for announcements this time. Back to you, Past Jason. The curse tablet for Priapus was really specific in just graphically specific in its threats of, if you steal from this house, the god will bugger you.
Oh wow!
Yeah, with the 4-foot dick.
I mean, that's a serious threat, honestly. Not really.
Yikes.
It would be anyway.
I mean, yes, it would be anyway, but
4 feet is
Oh,
particularly bad. Yeah.
There is such a thing as comically, horrifyingly large.
Yeah.
That's like Vlad the Impaler territory.
Oh.
It is.
And on that cheerful note,
Penises.
it's time to begin Flintlocks and
Penises.
Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains, brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm, or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs. The party have been a bunch of dicks. I mean, probably.
Yes.
The siege of Newmark is over with a successful, albeit costly, defence, and the party have spent the last 3 days, just about, essentially mopping up, dealing with, taking the opportunity to address various issues, drink a lot of alcohol, do a lot of polymorphing, and at least one dog race. And for some reason, conjure giant snails. Disconcerting number of giant snails.
I have no idea why that could have happened. Who would have done that?
Who
Only
would do
fools.
such a thing?
Along with a number of dreams, a dreamy date to Celestia's interpretation of the Tiger Temple in the Yellow Mountains
It
of
was
Song.
actually extremely romantic. So.
Yes. The party made contact with the echo of Grandmother Fingersnap.
Yay!
And Celestia is in the process of learning a new and deeply disconcerting function of the eye. Scamp also now has a chicken, Steve the chicken, which they've decided to carry with them in a little cage for the next 24 hours to check whether or not it's lost its soul.
Yeah.
God knows how. Don't think we ever really resolved how we'd know, but
Nope.
here we go.
Yeah.
Now we have a
Point,
chicken.
actually. As a person with spirit sight, does anything similar to when people are killed happen with animals when they die.
No. Emphatically no. And in fact, usually when people are killed, you don't see... Counterpoint to that. When people are killed, spirit sight doesn't usually register anything. It's when shadowy spirits flit into the bodies and reanimate them that you start to see spirit sight happen. Which generally does not happen to animals, with the exception of that one bit of the forest in the Great Forest of Midmere.
Okay.
Right,
I was going to ask, what about when bodies are having the last rites on them and stuff? Is there anything there that happens?
Yes, you have witnessed the last rites to happen before, and a different kind of spirit seems to be attracted to the last rite, do something to a body, and then leave, after which the shadowy undeath spirits are unable to reanimate them.
Okay, so it's
Well,
not that
unless
something...
conjured in by a necromancer.
It's not that something else leaves when the last rite's performed, it's that other things can't get in.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That is what you've observed with spirit sight.
Interesting.
A spirit will a sort of... Most spirits are very colourful to your sight. The only spirits that you see that are all black are the ones that seem to that seem to reanimate the dead. And these white spirits are the ones that come when the last rites go, but you don't tend to see them around much otherwise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the animating force for undead are basically like spiritual hermit crabs.
Yeah, basically, as far as you've seen.
No, I just suddenly realised that 156 episodes in, I'd never actually asked if we could see anything when the last rites
I
happened.
have
I believe
I've
at that point.
described it, but yeah, it's good reminder.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten. So.
Yeah, 'cause it's been 3 years. Approaching 4.
Wow.
Wow.
Because with the several month
June?
long of hiatus we took. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we
July
started
came out
recording in April.
Yeah, we recorded in April, but
So-
the first one came out, I think it was the 7th of July.
Wow.
Something like that, yeah.
I remember the
Because
leaflets.
we had 10... Oh, yeah.
I spent a lot of time looking at those leaflets.
At that point, we had a 10-episode buffer.
We did. Oh, past us.
Oh, past us.
You had so much energy.
We are at this point, I think,
Halcyon
back up to
days.
3.
How did I have so much energy?
I do look back and I'm like, fucking hell. Past us hadn't been through a pandemic yet, so... Yeah.
Yes.
And a whole load of other shit.
A
which we're not
whole
gonna talk
load
about
of
on
other
there.
Yeah.
It's impressive that we're still here at all, really, I think.
Thank you,
So, yeah.
Stowaways, for supporting us through all this time.
Really, you are.
Yes.
We love
You are
you.
great.
We love you so
nice.
much.
It's so nice that there are still some of you who are excited for the episodes. It's really fucking sweet, and it makes my day every time.
You have just been, having just about finished, you have been interrupted by a message from Auden, your shipmate, that Victory is up on the deck and has come to say hello. So, ascending to the deck level, you do see, once again, the familiar form of Victory. Specifically, there standing on the deck is a pinkish purple-skinned tiefling with curled goat horns, not dissimilar to Scamp's. She's obviously a little short for her age, about 13 years or so, with very neatly combed black hair, dark purple blank eyes. She's wearing her customary dark purple shirt and trousers with a navy blue waistcoat and navy blue ankle wraps around her hooves, and a pink silk scarf at her collar. Her ears are pierced, and she's wearing earrings with pink cut smoky quartz in them.
Cute.
Yeah.
I've never noticed the earrings. That's fun.
Yeah. She smiles on as you come up. Hello there.
Hello,
How are you?
this is Steve.
She looks at the chicken. Right.
Steve will in no way complicate whatever we're about to do.
Are you bringing Steve
Yes.
as lunch?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Hello. Or is Steve more of a pet?
Steve may or may not have a soul.
It's a brief
That's an interesting philosophical question.
moment. Cool.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right. Well.
Hello.
Hello. Good to see you two as well. And and you, Jeffrey. Hi, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey's here. And Marjorie.
And Marjorie.
Regular petting zoo.
And Jeffrey. She looks a little disconcerted by Jeffrey, as she does every time she sees
I
Jeffrey.
give her a look of solidarity.
Jeffrey is busy licking the spear he's got. And I suppose, yes, also, nearby you do see a purple furry form sort of slinks out and starts coiling around Victory's ankles. Oh, and yes, she has met
I think so,
Stormy
yeah.
because Stormy was having a nap on the bar.
She will have met Stormy.
Yes, so she goes down and goes like, "Oh, hello there."
Oh goodness, she's deigned to say hello. You're very privileged.
She goes down and gives Stormy a little scratch on the back. Stormy's like, "Ow." Cool. Goes onto her back, exposing her belly.
Oh, I wouldn't touch that, darling.
She goes and gives her a scratch anyway.
Definitely a trap.
Stormy bats, and there's a little bolt of flash of lightning that comes out, which Victory is struck by. She waves her hand a little bit, but it's there's a slight mark, but not a very strong one.
I literally told you not to. I don't know what she pretends she likes her belly being touched. She makes it look all cute and fluffy and inviting. She doesn't want it, I promise you. I don't know if she thinks she wants it or if she's just a dick, but yeah.
The ship's cat we have just doesn't usually even want strokes, so it's nice.
She likes strokes, not the belly. She's not interested.
So Stormy kind of gets back up and pads away. Right. Well, it is, by the way, at this point about very early afternoon, not long afternoon. She goes, "Okay, so I was wondering if I could steal you for a few hours, like 3 or 4, and if you could help me steal a mansion. You said you sort of had one."
We do. I don't know how you steal something you already have, but I'm into it.
Okay, I'm going to show you.
The question is, you're stealing a mansion, but from who?
Well, so my thought was, there was a bunch of these these big old places outside the city, and I heard that a lot of the rich families skip town or otherwise vanish, and I figured, we are pirates. We could make off with one, but if you've got one in mind already, that could be really work in our favour. So let me show you something.
Make off with one.
Oh yes, she gives you a grin.
That implies it's movable. Houses generally aren't all that much.
So here's where I just need to quickly check a thing. Right. Can we, I can show you something, but we need to get off the ship or into your sending room, because it doesn't work if we're in a sector.
I ask this with the nicest possible intention, but will our sending room still be intact afterwards?
Oh, for what I'm going to show you, yeah.
Excellent. Who's going there? Stormy.
Makes sense to me then.
Wow.
Come on.
I mean,
Come
we've
on,
been
come
weird
with
in
me,
there
be my
enough
friend.
today. I think
Yes.
we can probably get away with a bit more weird.
Stormy pads over and allows you to pick her up.
She's fucking massive.
She is continuing to grow with every day. But you head back down to your to the sending room, where you can see the sending room is walled off on all sides. So it's probably not an ideal place to smoke, but Auden, who has resumed his shift, is in the process of having a pipe and is like, do you need this place again?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Just for
Brief moment.
just for like 5 minutes. Yeah, all right. I'll go get another drink. Gives you a quick
Good man,
salute
Lord.
and leaves off, and leaves. Victory takes out, reaches into her bag, and produces 2 things. First of all, little stick of chalk, and second of all, you notice a very, very, very small piece of what appears to be bone carved into a little oblong, like with some markings around it, and a little topaz set into it. Right. So the trick is you've got to use. You need an anchor for this to work. But she sketches carefully out on the ground, drawing pretty straight lines by eye, actually. A 3 foot by 2 foot rectangle. So, this sort of works a bit like the bags.
Okay.
Except the bags, you sort of put more space into an existing space, but the normal bag is still around it, right?
Yeah,
Right.
you just got to sort of shove in more space.
I mean, that's what we
Grab
do.
orders from space and you
Yeah,
shove
and
it
you,
in.
and you shove it in. This case, it's more like you take the space and you fold it around it and sort of bottle it.
Okay.
So I did this. So here's one I made earlier. She touches, having drawn the circle, not the circle, the rectangle. She thumbs the little cuboid and murmurs something and places it onto the rectangle. And there is a sort of flash and a glimpse of something blackish for a moment, and then rising up, and then you see set into the ground where the floor was is the lid of what appears to be a sturdy wooden metal lockbox. She
Oh.
carefully flips the top open, and you can see it recedes down to about 2 foot down, and you get a nice and it's basically a small chest, 3 foot long, 2 feet wide, 2 feet deep.
Oh, that's very clever.
Yeah.
Just get that out of nowhere.
No, I had to. I put the chest in. So I got a chest in the first place.
Yeah.
And it's actually, and she points, and you can see there are 4 little odd little circles in the sides of the chest. Actually, 5 that you can see, and then you realise there's a 6th one in the lid. And they appear to be almost like little discs of bone, again, as well. It's a mixture of, it's bone, let me just get you the exact one, a couple of garnets and some topaz with markings in some sort of, well, carved into the bone and then covered in some sort of black paint or the like. So this was my trial run. But basically, these little seals mark out the extent of the chest. I had the chest built and then I put the seals in after I made them, and then like I said, I sort of wrapped the world round it. Using this little, she holds up the little. What you realise is a tiny bone carving of the chest. This little token as like a key to find it again, and then it wraps it over completely, and then it vanishes. It goes somewhere, but I can use this to bring it back wherever I go. It doesn't work in a sanctum though.
Right.
Okay.
So, So in a sense, like, that box is here, but it's also somewhere else.
Yeah.
Weird.
It's in a way, it's not quite as good as the bags, because it's really I'm limited to that box in terms of the space.
Yeah.
I can't put. I tried putting more space into the box and doing it again, and that didn't go so well. The box broke.
So it's the box that you start with that
Yes.
has to be your space.
Yes.
Okay.
But
But you
then,
can get it like anywhere.
Yeah, basically, I can pull it back to wherever I am, as long as I draw the. I mean, honestly, I think the little token's the more important thing. I just do this the rectangle to make sure it shows up exactly where I want it. And look, she closes the lid. You can see she's actually just got some stuff in this box as well. Just like there's like a spare bedroll. There's some bottles of wine, like some writing materials and stuff. She closes it up, taps the top of it with the token, and there's again a flash of light and some sort of a glimpse of something black, and then it's just gone. And you've just got the same deck as before, unharmed, with the chalk outline. Scrubs out the chalk outline, draws it again a few feet away. Again, top of the chest, just set into into the floor.
Ah, so you can't lift it.
Yeah, it's sort of there once it's here. I mean, I don't think I can take it back out without breaking it out of wherever it's gone to. This just sort of opens a door to it.
Can you put things in it? And
Yes.
things will be okay?
Yes. I haven't tried putting anything alive in there
I was
yet.
going to ask, would you like a chicken? No, we need to not. Chickens have suffered today.
But also,
I mean, I
it's
don't
quite.
think Steve's getting any worse.
Yeah, it's also quite small, and it's a
Is it
chest. Yeah, it's an airtight chest. So
Right,
I
let's
probably,
not leave anything living in there for
I
a long time
probably
then.
wasn't really planning to leave anything living
No.
in there for like more than a minute or so. Anyway.
Yeah.
Still beats lugging all of your stuff around in a haversack or whatever.
Yeah. So. But
Is it difficult to do? Can you just do it whenever?
well, I am unlike. Well, the thing is, the bags we can just make those. These though, I've got to build the chest. I mean, I could use just a chest, but I've got to build the little things that go into it, and they're pretty. Honestly, they're a bit pricey.
How price are we talking?
Only dragon bone seems to work.
Wow.
Ooh.
Oh, so we need to get some dragon bone.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, if you know the right people to talk to, you can get dragon bone. Whenever there's worm flight, people like collect the stuff up, and you know, there's
cheap,
store
one
it up.
imagines.
But it's not cheap.
Well, I've heard it's an ingredient in some potions.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. We got this with a 5-finger discount, but still, it was. There is a cost. The other thing is the ink. So basically, there's this. It's got to be made from the ashes of a particular type of rare undead. Now, that's the only thing I've found thus far that works. We managed to buy a pot of the stuff, basically, but
Can't just be any old charcoal though.
no. I tried a few different things, but you know when Scamp and I we get these feelings
Yeah.
about what work. I saw it and I thought that's the one. Yeah. Picked that up ages ago, and I hadn't been able to figure out what it was for until recently. But yeah, the good news is though, once I did make this chest, did they put this into place about 2 months ago now? Haven't needed to recreate it or recast it or anything. It's
And when you get it out, you can just do that.
yeah, I just need to
As long as you have your
the
things on
token.
your... Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I observe this in the cold world?
Yes, you shift focus for a moment, and everything goes grey. The spirits vanish from your sight. Everyone becomes shadowy. You see the lounging 3 versions of Scamp nearby. and the chest is completely absent.
Oh.
Ooh.
Like, it's only in your world. It is not in the cold world.
That's interesting.
Fun.
So,
And there's just the one victory.
just the one victory that you can
That's
see.
the point.
Okay.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Good to
Yeah.
know.
You don't see
Worth checking.
any figures like hanging around after victory in the same way that they have been around Scamp.
All I will say out loud, in the knowledge that it will hopefully sound completely innocuous, is, well, it's like it's here and yet not here.
You refocus back in the living world. Yeah.
That's impressive.
It was really
Interesting.
cool.
So,
Yeah.
now the thing is, I figured out how to scale it up. This
Okay,
is-
now that's got exciting.
This is how we steal a mansion.
What?
I can get this to a few hundred feet out.
Wow.
That's pretty decent.
I've built... Hold up, let me get one of these out. She takes one of the bags that she's got around her person and carefully, like, expands it out. And you see just, like, coming out of it is this elaborate totem, for want of a better word. It's a pyramid of carved, aged bones slotted into each other. Some larger than others, some very small. And you can see that there is... in the center of it, affixed in place with gold, is a sealed jar of what appears to be that ash that she mentioned before, like a small sealed jar of it. It's got suddenly got the same sort of ashen texture as the markings. There are carvings into the bone, which again have been covered with the same sort of ash ink. And then there are gemstones, garnets, and topaz that have been set into cut holes into the stone and then sealed in place with wax mixed with, again, what looks like a mix, judging from how it's shimmering but dark, a mixture of this undead ash and probably crushed gemstone.
Ooh.
So, I've got 5 of these. And I figured out I need to put one up on the roof at the highest point, one down in the cellar at the lowest point, whatever the lowest point is, and I've been able to get away with 3 around the house, and we'll sort of make a circle in between them, and that's going to delimit the area we're going to steal.
Oh, it's like longitude and latitude, but in up and down as well.
Yeah. And she then produces 2 tiny carved doors of dragon bone with topazes set into them, and sort of waves one at Scamp but doesn't give it over. One for you, one for me.
Oh.
This should let us get into our mansion when we've stolen it. I think
Right.
you might have to figure out how to cast the spell to open the door if you want to, but
Yeah.
but we'll have one at that point.
Yeah.
And at the very least, I'll be able to open it.
For sure.
There's no way I'm going to ever have space for that spell.
Unfortunately, there's but at least you'll have an NPC who does have that spell.
Yeah. It's just, I don't have.
Yeah,
I
you.
could have so few spells.
I know.
Yeah, it's
Sorcerers.
sorcerers, isn't it?
I think it's not technically on the spell list either, but sorcerers are weird in this world.
In this world, it is, and I've put it on the spell list
Oh, yeah.
because the 2 of you
Because it's
have
fun.
dimensional magic stuff and are the only ones with it.
In the way that I think it is on the bard spell list, but it definitely isn't in this world.
Yes, although ironically, with this thing, if you ever did want to take it, this is the only way you would be able to.
I would have to have somebody else give it. Yeah.
You would
That
need
doesn't
one of these
feel
2
right.
doors.
That doesn't feel
basically.
right.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, you're welcome to this one, I ain't going to use it.
Nah.
If we decide we want to.
But suffice to say, still though, Victory definitely wants your help in putting this together.
Oh, yeah. I definitely want to help.
So, it's probably going to take us. We should take a look around the place.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually never been, so...
Oh, we should definitely take a look around the place.
Yeah.
It'll probably take an hour or so to set all of these up, draw the circles, start the casting, and then we're kind of golden at that point.
I have a question.
Yes.
When we steal this mansion, will it literally disappear from the spot it was in and then move with us? Or will it also be in the spot it was in? Like, is there a chest just somewhere that lives there? I'm trying to picture it.
I mean, I think it will go somewhere. I don't think it'll go to where I put the chest. Although if it does, I guess I'll break the chest. It'll break the chest, so I might take the stuff out of the chest just to be safe. But yeah, like the chest vanished completely.
Oh wow! So it will literally just disappear from like Newmark.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I suppose after all of this, a house that was there one day and is gone the next is not going to be as conspicuous as otherwise it might be.
Yeah. Side effects that that happened when I made the chest. There was a big sort of like thunderclappy sound and a rush of air.
Huh.
That would make sense. It's like, okay, I've just realised there is something that I, Sam, have thought of out of character that possibly Corzin would not have had the opportunity to experience, which is cavitation bubbles.
Yeah. I don't think. Yeah.
Actually,
you're
boxing crabs, they calls it. Like,
roll,
literally when they're hitting each other,
that's true.
They cause cavitation bubbles.
Roll a nature check to see in case if you've ever seen a boxing. If Corzin has ever seen a boxing crab.
That's a 25.
You actually have seen a boxing crab once.
Okay.
I'm actually going to say, given that I'm pretty sure boxing crabs are tropical in nature, during a bit of time when you were in Porto Omicidio, like during one of those downtime bits that we didn't see off screen somewhere, you went and...
we went to the beach loads with little Corzin
went
and
to
Molly.
beach loads. It was more than that. You saw... there was basically like a little it's basically a cockfight going on.
Right,
where some sailors had put little boxing crabs in a tank and were betting on them. So you've seen those cavitation bubbles in a weird little boxing crab boxing match.
Yeah, it's it was almost like for a split second they were hitting each other with magic, but it was just they were moving that fast. It caused the water sort of bulge out and then rush back in on itself.
Huh. That sounds fun. And not at all dangerous.
Oh, it's like when it's raining so hard it goes back up again.
Ooh.
Fun. Yeah.
But yeah.
Alright, good to know. Good to know.
Alright, well, if there's anything you want to grab or the like, we should definitely bring stuff for a picnic.
I grab the cat.
We're ahead of you. Right. And Corzin will start getting stuff together.
Okay. You
Pat the cat.
you bring your cat, your animals, your chicken.
I think we should have as many animals as possible for this extremely magically complex task, really.
Yeah.
I'm into it.
And otherwise, grab your general supplies that you do when you leave the city.
Tooling up sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hat goes on last.
While everyone's getting everything, Victory does... I'm going to say, actually, while everyone's getting everything, Victory does take you to one side, Scamp. I just wanted to say... I had a word with Martin, with Captain the Celestia. Give it a few days, but she said that she's willing to explain it all.
Oh.
Like everything she knows. She told me she was waiting until I was older, but it's time.
Well.
Obviously, if you want to come, then you can, or if you want me to like relay it to you.
No, I think maybe I should be there for that. Well.
Yeah. Sounds like Celestia really gave her an earful at some point.
Yeah. Probably, and justifiably.
Yeah.
How are you all right? How are you doing?
I mean, it's been a little strange, all things considered. I've sort of thought about it and not thought about it a lot, you know, and
Yeah.
especially over the last couple of months. And it was really weird because it felt like we got here in the nick of time, and then actually the lantern ended up doing most of the damage.
Yeah, I noticed that.
We didn't get close enough for me to open up with anything. So
Yeah, like you've got to kind of get up close, and then it's not a good idea. I wouldn't recommend it.
yeah, I was hearing about some of the stuff you do. Wow.
It's very easy to get hit with a cannonball.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would not recommend.
Wasn't really
1 out of 10.
was not
I'm
planning
not
to.
even sure where the 1's coming from, really.
I suppose
like a
it's a new
token.
experience.
No, it's happened before.
Oh, and you got hit by a cannonball again.
I think I've had a couple of come close a few times now. And be hit.
I mean,
Yeah. It's
Most-
alright, isn't it? We're alive, sort of.
I don't usually get that. I mean, like, somewhat close, but either it's doing a lot with the ship, or a lot of my focus has been going from a distance, like coastal
I mean,
raids and the like.
that's better.
Yeah.
How is like the whole magic thing feeling? You on top of it? It's all right.
I mean, what do you mean? It's like, it is what it is. Like, it seems like it's really kind of come into its own in the last year or so, and
Yeah.
there's a lot
Tell me
more.
about it.
I feel like if I really wanted to, I could tear the earth open, but like it's not really been the occasion.
But you feel like it would be a thing that you could do if you really wanted to, as opposed to something you could do by accident.
Yeah, like if I really needed to, or really wanted to, there's things I've done before, like a lot of stuff with storms and clouds.
Yeah.
There was one time I made a cloud that just killed everyone in its path.
Wow.
Yeah. Not really a good way to put that, but
No, it was. Yeah.
I mean, death's death. I grew up with it happening, pirate ship,
But you feel like you're in control all the time.
until I lose my temper. And then it's not really safe to be in front of me. How
I don't know
about
if that's
you?
encouraging or not, because I kind of, yeah, same. It's not even temper. I just sometimes it slips, you know, and feels like it's getting harder.
Yeah, like you've got this this power inside you,
Yeah.
and it's not even like, I feel like I should say that it wants to be used, but it's not like that. It's just always there. You know, it's like having a knife at your belt. It's always, you know, it's always within reach. And you know that you always can. Which is good if you need to, like, you know, peel some fruit or something. And less good in a bar fight.
It doesn't feel like that, quite like that for me. It's more like I'm holding a torch. And it's fine, it's there, and I could use it for stuff, but if I don't keep a good grip and an eye on it, I'm going to set something on fire. And that could be me, or it could be someone next to me.
Puberty's a bitch, isn't it?
Yeah! Celestia's scared of me.
No, I know how that feels. I think a lot of the crew are scared of me, and they expect a lot too. They look up, so they're expecting me to take over from Mum one day. And more than that, someday, you know, making the safe place. That's going to fall on. I've always known that's going to fall on me.
Yeah. How do you cope with people being scared of you?
I mean, I don't know how you don't. Like, it's all, I've always had that.
Yeah, that's the same to a degree, but it's never been someone I actually cared about like this.
I get what you mean. Well, or rather, I don't. Like, for me, making friends, it's either being the crew, but anyone else, it's pretty hard to disguise the fact that you're the captain's daughter, you know?
What about the captain? Is she scared of you?
She thinks for a moment. No, she's not. I think she worries, but she's not scared. It's a different thing. But I can see how it looks the same. Maybe that's the case with Celestia.
It is a different. It's not like the crew or like people just seeing from a difference. It's a different scared. It's a scared of what will happen if I lose control. I don't think it was there before, or maybe I just didn't see it before. I don't know. It just hurts a bit, you know. But I also don't disagree with it. So.
I mean, I guess the real question is, are you scared of you?
Always, yeah.
But
Stuff happens and I have no control over it and people get hurt. Of course I'm scared of me.
Sometimes I want the world to be different, and it is just because I want it.
Huh. That... What do you mean? Because that, like, I lose my temper and I'll just... Sparks fly, literally. Or the wind will pick up sometimes.
Like, sometimes something's going to happen. Like, there's a moment almost like of decision. Something might happen. And I know what that is going to happen, or could happen. And I don't want it, so it doesn't. And it's not just like a thought, like it takes something, it takes an energy, like... And then something's different. And it doesn't always work. Sometimes I put the energy in, it doesn't actually make any difference. But sometimes it makes all the difference.
Sort of like... Is it like with when Mum sees the future and tries to change it? Or is it more like... You don't get like a vision of what's going to happen?
No, it's just a feeling. Like, Corzin will be doing some medicine and I know the person isn't going to make it unless I do something. And I just give the world a little nudge and it's okay. Or a spell's going to miss, or someone's going to get hurt. Just a little nudge.
Can see a lot of ways that make a difference. I get that it clearly comes with some side effects, but I'm a bit gel, honestly.
Yeah. It can be really helpful, but it also just doesn't feel like any...
I just make it rain when I
anyone should be
get
able to do.
pissed off, but... I mean, yeah, but like... Things people should be able to do, it's... I always hate the word should. Like, people saying that, oh, you shouldn't have thing powers like this, or like that things shouldn't be this way. You know, she's saying this, like her hair starts to stand on end a little bit.
Okay, there's that temper
like,
again.
Things that oh no, you and should is I always ends up in defeat or in stupid things happening. Like, you shouldn't exist.
Okay.
And there's a moment where she just crackles like Stormy, and several bits of wood near her are struck by small bolts and catch fire. And she goes, "Oh shit!"
I got it.
Start patting out the small flames.
Bit of frostbite, put out the fire.
Just cast. You see her cast sort of. There's a bunch of small gusts of wind quickly conjure around her, blowing them out. Calmly produces a comb. Her hair's just gone like full shock. Just starts combing it back.
That's a good look for you.
I actually prefer it flat, but you know, hair, it just doesn't do what you want it to do.
Oh yeah. Sometimes mine just sort of falls out.
Ooh. How long does it take to grow back?
Oh, like a day.
Again! So Joe, I cut my hair really short once, and it took weeks to get it back to a length I wanted. You and I clearly have a different thing going on,
Yeah.
but Mum talked a lot when I was younger about destiny and how people think it's set, and I mean, ancestors, she'd know. And she said that destiny isn't set. it's a thing that you decide on and you strive towards it and you make it happen. The future you're worried about, that only happens for us if we go there. There's so many chances to avert the future. We just got to take them.
Yeah.
She's combing her hair and puts the comb away.
I'm glad it's not just me, though.
Honestly, it is a bit of relief. It's nice there being someone else who has this. She sort of does the back and forth gesture.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, there's Mum, but Mum's Mum. This is a whole different thing. And no one else gets it. Feels like no one else is born with it in the same way. Like, I mean, there's people like Corzin, someone who have this. That spirit sight thing always sounds like. It's weird to say real magic because we can literally do real magic, but you know, it's like there's this whole reality we don't get to see.
Yeah, I wish I could. I saw it once.
Really?
I was very drunk.
I've never gotten that drunk.
It was a special type of drunk.
Mum said the gnomish stuff was like that sometimes.
Yes, the one. That's a special kind of drunk.
Yeah, I get the. It's just good. It's just good to not be alone.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's pack up some lunch and go steal a house.
Yeah.
You and go to steal a house. You do. Is there any more quick preparations or things anyone wants to grab before you go house thieving?
As far as we're concerned, we're going to be gone for 3 to 4 hours.
Yes.
Yep.
Nope. Then.
Sure. You are going outside the city limits, and like you know, it's a couple of miles walk, but
Yeah, but as far as we're concerned, we're going to be gone for 4 hours.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, there's nothing else I want to do.
I will say that for the purpose of preparation, the route will take you around the bit with all those ants you released. So it would make sense for you to bring weapons and things and everything else, just in case of weird ant shit.
We would anyway
You
to
would
go to
anyway.
an unknown house full of unknown things.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
We don't know that there's nobody weird that's ended up in there. No idea. Or traps.
yeah.
Also, when stealing a house,
We're
it is always
paranoid enough
important to
to
bring a packed lunch.
we're paranoid enough to automatically bring everything we'd need in a battle. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
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 Life has been complicated.
I have no weapons. You're thinking, do I have?
Don't you have a knife?
I bring 100 musical instruments and a cat.
I had a knife.
I'm
I think
prepared.
I gave it to someone.
Oh.
You did give your knife to someone. I can't remember who, but that does indeed appear to be a thing that happened. You are noticing your lack of knife. Actually, I would say that Victory probably offers you one. It's like, hey, have you not got a belt knife?
No, I don't really need one anymore. I mean, I've never used it.
What, do you not just like... I mean, I've got a spare if you want to peel... I use it for peeling fruit. It's good if you need to gut a fish in a hurry.
I don't eat a lot of fruit.
Really? I mean, I suppose you didn't grow up on a ship. I eat a lot of fruit every day. It's a whole thing.
That's very sensible.
Scurvy's no joke, Scamp.
What's
I
scurvy?
know. It's when your legs fall off.
Oh, right. Is that why Belle keeps making us eat all those oranges?
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, I
and,
like them, so I've never complained, but she's very definite about... You usually get, a choice of what things that she's made that you want to eat, but the oranges are always, no, eat them or I'll kill you.
No, generations of sailors found out the hard way that if you don't eat fresh fruit and veg for long enough, then bad things start happening.
Right.
Like
no
your legs
one's
falling off.
Yeah, no one's actually explained that to me. So I've just thought we had somebody on our ship who was very serious about oranges, but then again, there was also on Brandy's ship. Maybe I should have put that together sooner.
Honestly, oranges are a bit of a luxury. They're some of the nicer ones. I hear the Orsirians have to eat a lot of sauerkraut.
Yeah,
What's
that'd do
that?
it.
Pickled cabbage.
Oh, sounds quite nice.
Every day.
Yeah,
No,
it is.
that'd
but,
be a lot.
Yeah,
You can get sick of the same pickled thing every day.
blow the sheets off the bed, kind of.
I was gonna say, don't light a candle on that shit.
Yeah, I would imagine, Jason, that we have a lot of pickled things down
You
the
have a
way.
lot of pickled things, yes.
Yeah, we had a lot of pickled things where I was from, because you can only grow so much food at once, so you've got to keep it going. Pickled mushrooms, and then more pickled mushrooms, and then more pickled mushrooms.
Actually, the mushroom's often fresh because those. But anything else? Oh yeah, you had like a lot of like pickle like imported gherkins were really popular.
And like pickled underdark tubers.
Yeah,
One would
things like
imagine.
that.
Yeah, things that would go off.
Is that why Quillena's so angry? Is she always gassy?
I'm going to say a resounding yes. She's
suppose
always got the mushroom farts, and she can't let them out. That's why her eyes are so big.
Too much acidic
She's
stuff
got
in
this-
the diet? Is it heartburn?
She's just got this clenched arsehole all the time. That's why her voice is so high pitched.
Suddenly it all makes sense.
I look at Victory. Quillena's my darling of a sister. Just for the uninitiated.
Ah, sounds like you're close.
Oh, firm friends. We go for coffee every. Never. Yeah, she basically ruined my life at one point.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Over and over again
Oh.
for a long time, actually.
Right. Not
Yeah,
really
just
at one
repeatedly.
point.
It was her favourite thing. Yeah. Yeah, like ants and the magnifying glass thing. Yeah, I was the ant. One would say. I suppose I was also a dick to her, but really less. I don't think I could ever reach her level of nuts.
Right. I didn't have...
You've known psychotic murderers, right?
I mean, I literally grew up with pirates.
Yeah, but the ones who super enjoy it.
Yes.
Yeah, one of them, one of the really bad ones.
Oh, like Steve Potato. Yeah.
Yeah. What?
Never mind.
Okay. Make Steve cannon.
Yeah.
The
Where is
chicken.
Gwen?
The chicken looks manic.
I demand for Gwen the Nightmare Druid to be
Gwen's
canon.
on the moon.
Gwen is on the moon. Have we ever talked about that
no,
on air?
and we may never. Who knows?
Oh, it was
Well,
so
we mentioned Steve
good.
Potato a while
Yeah.
ago, but I don't think we mentioned Gwen.
Yeah, or the moon.
Oh.
We have to get to Diana. Oh, oh fuck. Okay.
So
How neither of us got that, I will never know.
you carry.
Useless.
You carry onwards to. Oh, hey, that's formatted interestingly. I guess I'll use the editing version of that to read the formatting correctly. So yeah, you carry on doing a wide circuit around the area that is still marked as off limits, and you notice there are a number of anthills in there now. This being the area that was formerly camped in by the Resurrectionists until Jeffrey made a wish.
No, Jeffrey.
This looks fine.
You decide not to deal with that today,
No, definitely. We're never dealing with that, as if we're ever dealing with it.
and instead move on to, and instead continue on up the coast actually,
What we're going to do in Flying Ant season? No, bad thought.
Well, who knows? Maybe you'll find out someday. You carry on actually past the now evacuated and reset staffed with rebellion-friendly troops, Fort Beatrix, until you find... because the cliffs to the sort of northeast continue onwards, and up atop one of those cliffs you see an extensive series of grounds. There is a wide two-story mansion of fine red brick with some pale sort of sandstone facades on them. A beautifully tiled roof, and an extensive series of gardens surrounding them. In fact, the whole mansion is encircled by a wall, a brick wall with iron spikes atop it, less the impale your enemies' heads on and more the decorative wrought iron type.
Right, yeah.
With a wide set of double gates, wrought iron double gates in the front, and indeed there's an open path leading forwards towards the main doorway into the house, and actually around the walls and leading in there is a hedge maze. The hedge maze, from what you can see just approaching from the outside, the hedge maze is a little overgrown. It doesn't look uncared for, but rather like it's been cared for by too few staff. So that rather than a perfectly trimmed hedge, it's like some parts are more overgrown than others. Some parts appear to be aggressively overcut to reduce the amount of time that will be needed. Some of the flower beds have gotten a little wild. And although the house does appear to be undamaged per se, there are some hints that maybe things could do with being. Yeah, there's like little hints of like a lot of the windows have the curtains closed or half closed or like reduced. There's not all. It does look. It looks resplendent, but a little uninviting. The gate, as it stands, has a large iron chain through the loops with a padlock on it. This is Wain Manor, spelt W-A-I-N, to be legally distinct.
Is there any sign of an entrance to some sort of cave that may contain bats?
I was going to ask if there was any sign of Batman, so I didn't realize.
Okay.
Flying rodents of any kind.
How do you want to look for this? For this secret entrance?
Well, we're probably going to get through the front gate first, so
Yeah.
is it scalable?
There's a secret cave outside the walls.
Secret cave outside the walls. If you want to spend like 10 minutes
There's some sort of
looking
cart
around.
shaped like a bat could get out of.
Give me an investigation check if you want to spend 10 minutes looking around the outside of this place before you go in.
If you want help, I can lead it.
Yes,
Because
please.
mine is better.
Like, you start peering around, and Victory's like,
Corzin is going to have a look at the padlock.
You're going to scope this place out? Okay.
Yeah, do a little scopy scope.
Yeah.
There's a 25.
Okay, 25. Corzin, you can also roll an investigation check, please, and I guess Victory, for want of anything else to do, will assist you.
Okay.
Scamp gets sidetracked looking for caves and makes me sidetracked.
Yeah.
Okay, that's an 18.
18. It's locked. Okay, so things. I'm going to cover one, then the other. I'm going to start
Sure, yeah.
with Corzin and Victory. 18. Okay, so you notice a few things.
Is it
First-
perished? Oh, yeah, go on.
So first of all, the padlock is old, but it is locked, and it's not heavily rusted. It looks like an old lock that's a bit dented, and there's signs of rust having been cleaned off it a few times. The chains are pretty solid and sturdy looking. The gates are it is an iron barred gate, so it's narrow enough that a halfling would have difficulty slipping through, but a very dexterous one could. One could presumably scale and climb over it with a little bit of athleticism. Peering through, though, you do notice that the gravel pathway leading from the double doors to from this iron gateway to the front doors is not all it seems, as you do spot carefully buried in the gravel what appear to be a number of snare loops leading into the concealed bushes. You aren't quite able to see where they're tied to, but presumably there's some sort of bent limb or the like behind those. And what definitely looks like... and you also spot in one of the bits that leads into sort of hedge maze bits, what you think might be a bear trap. Now that you think about it, this place does look remarkably unassaulted by redcoats.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to point this out right. They're definitely not for rabbits. And if they're for bears, then, well, there's a lot more bears in this city than I took credit for.
Well, if you go to the right clubs,
There aren't bears in Newmark.
Not that sort of bear.
The pair of you, however, Celestia and Scamp, decide to take a bit of a walk around the outside. You can see that the whole of the mansion is surrounded by this walled exterior with the hedge maze type garden in the middle. It's kind of like the wall is pretty high, so like you have to like get up on Celestia's shoulders to peer over at some of it. There is actually a pool a small pool in the back. Actually, no, there's a ludicrous pool in the back. There is a swimming pool at the back, although it does have a fair bit of vegetation just floating on it right now. It hasn't been cleaned.
Algal bloom.
Yeah. However, the back wall ends with the cliff face. And you peering back, you can see that where the cliff you can see where the cliffs go down. At first glance, to sea, all the way to the sea and the jagged rocks below. On second glance, though, it does appear you realise there is actually a concealed pathway that's very difficult to see just from looking down above. But you can see that there is either cut into what looks like originally naturally formed and then widened out, is a pathway that seems to lead out from about a third of the way down the cliff. So a good like 80 to 100 feet. This thing is 180 feet. Cliff's about 180 feet tall, so like like a good 60 feet down from the house. There is what appears to be a concealed hole or entryway that leads into the cliffs, and a pathway just wide enough that if you were careful, you might be able to get a horse and cart to travel along it. and onwards to... Well, it veers out of sight because of the shape of the cliff, but you suspect it either leads down to sea level or up to some other way to get some other concealed path that leads up to the top of the cliffs where you are. Mm-hmm. So yes, there does indeed appear to be some sort of smuggler's cove entrance underneath Wain Manor.
There's a secret cave over here.
I can't believe that you rolled a 25 and you found the secret cave entrance immediately.
There's a little fold-down shrub.
You gave me something that makes me augmented and have better investigation.
This is true. I just love the fact that your first instinct was, let's look for the secret. Oh no, there actually is one.
Wow.
There are no
slightly meta knowledge, but
yes, there are no signs of bats that you can see though. This does not appear to be a bat heavy area.
It's not
Maybe
a bat
some
cave.
flying squirrels.
Although I will say that you do see over the double doors leading into that go into the manor, there does appear to be a sort of carved stone crest of, as far as you can tell, a moth.
oh no.
Interesting crest.
It's a moth over a wagon wheel, or a wain wheel, if you will.
Oh,
the
that makes
old-fashioned
sense.
term.
I
'cause-
will not.
Wain being an old term for wagon.
Ah, of course.
Hence Wainwrights, who make wagon wheels.
yeah.
And just wagons generally.
Also, isn't like the wainscoting on buildings?
Possibly, yeah. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, that appears. You would guess from the picture from the wagon wheel behind the carved stone moth, that to be the crest of the Wain family.
We found a secret cave. Who's
Oh,
excited?
clever.
Well, the main entrance seems to be thoroughly booby-trapped, so
Yay!
I'm guessing the cave's probably thoroughly booby-trapped too.
Scamp, get off my shoulders, my spine's hurting.
Oh no!
Ow!
let's
that
proceed
strong.
with caution then, shall we?
Okay, so I mean, like the cave is like. Unless you want to spend some time looking for wherever that path goes to, which is going to take, which you can if you really want to, the cave entrance is 60 foot down, more or less sheer cliff.
I mean, I have a climber's kit and I'm
Yeah,
into it,
like-
but do we want to look in the house first, or do we want to go
I suppose
into the
looking
cave?
at the back. Oh yeah, there are also some back doors from the pool.
Yeah.
Right.
They're
Okay.
from the pool area leading to the back of the house, and there's a lot of windows.
Well, first things first, we're gonna get the gates open if we're going in that way, and then Corzin does take the time to point out where all the snares and the bear traps and the everything else.
Alright, great. Don't step on those. Lovely. Anyone good at locks? I'm not.
Ish. Not terrible. Jeffrey's pretty good.
Break locks. I'm not usually good at picking them.
But do we want to see if the secret entrance is down the cliff face? We might be able to just like fly over there
That's true, I suppose.
or climb down. I don't know. I could try and get this lock.
Flying sounds easy.
It might also be trapped.
I mean,
Well, if the entrance in there down there is concealed, then maybe it's well, they're less likely to be expecting people to go in that way. Like clearly, they were expecting people to come in up the main driveway. Because look, and again,
That's true. We will also probably have to open this lock eventually.
yeah. All right. Well, let's.
But I also love secret entrances, so I don't
They're
really
quite
mind.
exciting. It does look fun.
Yes. Also, flying sounds easier than a climber's kit, if I'm
Let's
honest.
come back to this padlock, because if we're flying, we could literally just fly over the gates and straight up to the front door.
I mean,
Unless there's
Like-
some sort of weird magic stopping us.
I mean, I can fly short distances pretty easily, but I can also cast the spell.
Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah, just like, but like I can fly up 10 feet. I find if I just cast a spell, I can kind of like channel some of the energy and just up and over.
Do a little boop.
Yeah. But I will say that we do want to put one of these at the lowest point we can find. So
actually going in via the
be
cave
helpful.
might not be a bad idea. Cause...
Well, I mean, I don't know if going in via there is necessarily the best idea or not, but eventually we should definitely find out what's there.
I vote
because we've got to set
cave.
one of these down.
I vote cave and work our way up.
Yeah,
it makes sense for me.
The cave.
I like caves. I don't
I
like
wanna-
caves, but
you
I
hate
like secret
caves.
entrances.
That was the worst lie you've ever told.
I've definitely told worse ones pretty recently, actually. But yeah,
Well, that was the least convincing lie, then, shall we say?
yes, it was. It was very bad. But I like a secret
I've never
entrance.
believed anything less. That I will believe.
Yes, I like a back passage. You know.
Yes.
Yep.
Victory
Just style that out.
leans over to Corzin. So I'm guessing this is like standard.
Oh yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
Bums. Let's go.
Okay.
Right, how many flies are we going to need?
I mean, I could carry Corzin if you take Celestia.
I'm
Sure.
very large.
Yeah, maybe you should carry me.
Yeah, that might be a better idea.
Between our terrible strength scores, we will fail miserably.
Alright, so I'm just giving a note of how many spells Victory has spent.
Well, it's not just you hanging on to us, it's me hanging on to you.
Yeah. Okay, so Victory takes a moment, cracks her knuckles, and you see she spreads her arms, and there is a crack, and then gusts of wind just sort of billows out from her. Her hair immediately stands on end, crackles with lightning as she as she just rises into the air. Very Storm from X-Men style.
Excuse me, you make flying look so fucking cool.
Oh, thanks. Right, do you mind if I just grab you under the arms and... Says to Corzin.
Yep, here we go.
Okay.
He holds his arms up.
It's weird, like, just being next to Victory. It's like constant static electricity. All the hair on your on your
Oh
arms.
wow, yeah.
Like,
Like, I
stands
imagine
up.
his like face bristles are sort of tingling.
Okay.
I've got a twinner fly because I'm not convinced Celestia and I won't drop each other down a cliff.
Yeah, someone will die. I think that's probably a good idea. If you can afford it.
Okay, for the next 10 minutes, everyone can fly. Well, except for Corzin, but Corzin can be lifted. So,
Celestia looks at you when she realises you cast it on both of you. I'm extremely offended that you didn't trust me to carry you. I'm
Blood
very
magic.
I'm
Blood
very good at carrying.
magic. Blood magic.
what's this about blood magic?
If at first you don't succeed, blood magic.
That seems reasonable.
Yep.
Okay.
Good shit, blood magic, incidentally. Very useful. Anyway.
Never heard of it.
What is your strength score these days?
Shit.
It's
really
10. I think
bad.
it's 10, isn't it?
I think it might be 10.
You drop down. You
Yeah,
drop down from like 12 to
I
10.
mean, it's actually 11, but
Oh,
that doesn't make any
yeah.
difference.
Yeah.
So
It's
it's
still
effectively 10.
Higher
Yeah.
than mine.
Yeah.
You.
Mine's 9.
The four of you, I guess, yeah. Well, Jeffrey, Marjorie can just fly. In fact, as has been previously established, Jeffrey can ride Marjorie. No, Jeffrey could only ride Marjorie when Marjorie was a gull.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Marjorie was bigger. So Jeffrey just goes into a pack. And Stormy, you picking up Stormy and taking her down? Okay. Stormy, like...
Come on, we're flying. It's time to fly.
Stormy's like very sort of paws up at Victory in a sort of like, oh, you do lightning too sort of way. But then when it's clear Victory is not going to pick her up, pads over to you instead.
I do a little shocking grasp to make her feel at home. I don't do it on her, but
Yeah, you just
near
like
her.
sparked a little bit of the grass nearby and
Is that better? Come on in. Come
leaps into your arms.
on. Oh, you're so fucking heavy. Oh my god. Yes, you're also very cute, so it's okay, but fuck me, how are you growing so much?
You'll soon be able to saddle her up and ride her into town.
That sounds amazing.
She eats a lot of rats.
Yeah.
I'm picturing her like a
It's a
Maine
ship.
Coon at this point.
Yeah, Maine Coon is about the right level.
Yeah, like she's just an awkwardly big cat. I fucking love Maine Coons.
Yeah.
I love cats that are that awkwardly big. Like, there's no need for a cat, like a house cat, to be that big.
But she
It's
is eventually
amazing.
going to be larger than a tiger, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But she's at that, like, slightly too big to be a cat stage. Yeah.
Yeah.
You, the four of you, plus pets, fly, lower yourselves down with flight until you find yourself perched over floating just in front of this concealed pathway. And indeed, you can see it does go a little bit down the cliff and then along, and then it continues more or less horizontally for a little distance before folding into what looks like another sort of concealed accessway that will eventually lead up and presumably to some further secret area, perhaps concealed by hedges.
I'd forgotten that Scamp still has a chicken, and I want everyone else to remember with me. Still there.
Yeah, Steve is not being stealthy. Steve,
Oh dear.
Steve doesn't usually get to fly, and this whole experience has been a little bewildering, especially right now. 'cause-
Steve's had a bit of a day.
Yeah. When you eventually get settled back on the ground again, Steve continues to be panicked for a little bit, but then eventually starts to calm down and become regular, sort of confused chicken. Landing on the pathway, though, you are able to see that there was at some point a natural cave entryway, and you can see how that spilled out into some sort of gully, which then flowed off to sea and at some point was reinforced with deliberate stonework to preserve it. This passageway, widened enough to fit a small horse and cart, does wind its way into a darkened natural cave up ahead.
Throw a load of lights up.
The purple dancing lights just sort of ding, 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 flicker into existence and illuminate the path. Okay, so you are able to see a quite wide, quite tall cavern that perhaps, given its at its highest point, probably goes as high up as 40 feet above the bottom. And within it, there are a series of wooden supporting beams and structures. It looks like at one point maybe this cove was mined a touch as well. But you are able to make out, let me just grab you these bits, there we go, what looks like a few little structures. There is some sort of open walkway with a series of cupboards, like about 6 different cupboards or wardrobes positioned around them. You can see that there are a couple of shacks built along the side of the walls as well, and indeed what does appear to be a sort of stables type area in which you can hear the whickering of a horse that is somewhat surprised by the smell of people.
Oh dear.
How long's that been there?
Does that mean there's other people who...
Makes
When was it
sense.
last fed?
Peering, so kind of like, first of all, like this is what you can see from like just the entryway. So do you want to proceed into the cavern?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Who goes
Keep an
first?
eye out
for
for
traps.
scary things.
Cool. Give me an investigation check, please.
Can I do it?
Yes.
Sure.
Can I do it with advantage? Because
Yes,
We will be assisting you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lucky. That's a 19.
Okay.
Not terrible.
With a 19, you kind of skim through, and you do spot. First of all, there is and you do actually spot a taut rope across the point where the pathway goes into the rest of the structure.
Oh, stop. That's fucking tripwire, that is. And by tripwire, I mean something that sets a trap off, not just something that trips you up.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Anyone's
spot.
good at shit. In terms of, and by shit I mean disarming tripwires.
I don't know. I could try.
Okay.
I
don't
think
know.
we're best bet.
I'm not bad at setting traps like this. Let's have a look at it.
Okay.
Would this be a sleight of hand?
I mean, thieves' tools, technically.
Oh, okay. I don't have these tools.
We do have
Scamp and Jeffrey have these tools.
Can I
Jeffrey
give
also
them
has
inspiration? Whoever does it, they've got inspiration.
Excellent.
Okay, I could do it, do a tides it. Like, how bad does this one look? Is this
Do you
one
get Jeffrey to help
particularly
you?
lethal?
Well, taking a careful peer at it, you're able to follow the line of the rope. It goes up through a hoop hammered into the wall, and up to what appears to be a blunderbuss with a loop around the trigger.
Oh, the classic.
It's a
Right.
classic flintlock
wow.
blunderbuss, just like in position to just fire a shot at whoever happens to trip up the tripwire.
Okay, well, everyone get out the way and I'll see if I can do this.
Right.
Don't stand in front of the big old gun.
We do
Yep.
so.
Stepping to the side.
Okay.
D10 if you'll need it.
It's not going to help on a 1.
Lol. No, don't bother, save it.
And I didn't tides it beforehand, so I can't do it, so... Yeah, I'm going to get shot.
Cool.
Well, luckily we have loads of healing magic between us today, so you're fine.
So, as you carefully try and step over the tripwire, you step over the tripwire, work to try and disassemble and like carefully unhook the tripwire from the from the trigger. You slip and tug on the wire. Can I have a dex save from you first, please?
7.
Okay, give me a moment. Awesome. So, well, the good news is you managed to avoid the main blast of the blunderbuss. It does trigger. There is an echoing boom as the shot goes off. You do take a little. I'm going to say you do take a little damage from a couple of the parts of the pieces of grape shot striking you, pepper shot striking you. However, a more immediate fact is a more immediate problem was the other end of the rope, which Celestia didn't spot because you didn't roll above a 20,
Okay.
which went up through another loop and into what Scamp you realise is basically just like a somewhat unstable shelf full of rocks.
Yeah, no, that's more of an issue. That
Yeah,
one.
the rock, as you just as you avoid most of the shot from the blunderbuss, you hear a crack as the shelf collapses above you, and you are immediately struck by quite several stones, pun intended, worth of just rocks and brick. You take 60 points of bludgeoning damage from this heavy booby trap, and are pinned.
Oh, fuck.
In fact,
Do we all have to dodge that?
I think everybody else said they cleared out further back.
Yeah.
Cleared out back.
So Scamp. But yeah, you hear that. First of all, the echoing sound of the live firearm, followed by the crumbling of the booby trap, and then the panicking sound of the horse panicking at this, and Jeffrey, Marjorie, and Stormy, by comparison, are all pretty reserved. Like they've seen.
Oh,
this
Stormy
shit
don't
before.
care, yeah.
Victory, however, just immediately runs forward. Scamp,
Yeah?
Are you in?
you're all right.
Oh,
I'll be,
definitely not.
like, digging them out.
Yeah, she joins you in. Like, can I have? You have she's assisting you, so can I ask for an athletics check with advantage?
Inspiration, congrats.
To get Scamp out before you take any more damage from being crushed under rocks.
Okay, that is a 23.
Okay, you quickly pull off the rocks and bricks from Scamp. You're feeling that in your ribs. And
Oh, yeah, that's looking nasty.
tissues.
Lie still for a second, lie still.
No, it's fine.
No, come
Stay
on,
the
Scamp.
fuck
Don't be
You
silly.
don't look fine.
No, but what are you going to do with...
60 points of damage at this point. It doesn't
This,
make
you
much difference.
fuck. I'd cast a 3rd level healing word.
Yeah, third level
Deal with
cure
it.
wounds.
And you get 7, 8, 9, 15.
You see that Victory was already halfway to unstopping a healing potion.
Yeah,
A
just
further
the xylophone.
13.
And just sort of restoppers it, puts it away. Let's save that for an emergency, I guess.
Oh, do, darling, yes. Many spells left.
Oh. I said this before, Scamp, but gel. Well, gel. What kind of paranoid fucking person lives here then?
Obviously a very rich paranoid person.
I like them already.
Celestia's like pretty unfazed by how paranoid this person is. This is
to,
quite normal where I come from. Actually.
I mean,
Or at least with mine lot, anyway.
yeah, usually I'm used to paranoid people just pulling a knife on you, but like,
No, why not set something up that can pull a knife for you, or a gun, or some rocks? You
I
know?
gotta admit, I don't usually deal with traps and stuff.
You don't deal with really paranoid rich people either, do you?
Oh, we deal with paranoid rich people, but, you know, usually there's like 40 of us and we're raiding a place.
Yeah, and I mean, you have a shit different things.
Yeah,
like having
it's-
a like house/fortress that
And
you can like
I
hole
usually
up
try
in.
and, like, you know, burn the house down first, so I guess if there's any traps, this we don't usually get there.
Wow. Okay. Cool.
Speaking of which, I'm going to examine the blunderbuss, see how recently this looks like it's been set up.
Ooh, okay, well, the blunderbuss is of recent manufacture in the last few years, definitely.
Okay.
So decent. It is decent. It is comparable to your own blunderbusses. Although obviously not your own blunderbuss, because your own blunderbuss.
Ghost touch, yeah.
Yes. Dishonor has its own unique past to it, but it is a perfectly fine blunderbuss. Really, most of the damage from this trap was the collapsing ceiling element. And now that you look at it, you suspect the blunderbuss was put into position probably to lure anyone who did find it into a false sense of security, which speaks of a particularly paranoid mind.
Smart. Okay, well, I'm having that. We can add it to the ship's stores, if nothing else.
Yeah. The collapse has kicked up a lot of dust, but also, interestingly, as it's going out, you see there is you hear a fluttering sound and several clouds of moths burst out and sort of flutter around for a bit before resettling in various
Move the lights away from us.
Yep, done.
Some of them like flutter off out into the daylight. Others go
The lights that we have, I put them like up at the ceiling, so that we can see by them.
You can see by them, and you see a lot of the
light
moths gather round at them. Corzin, with your passive perception, you notice one of these moths is not like the others.
Oh.
Most of these are pretty regular sort of moths, like brown and black type moths. But one of them, it's you've never seen a moth like this.
Mm.
At first glance, it appears to be like a brilliant purple, but that's just because of the light next to it. You realise as the light moves around, it's actually sort of pearly iridescent in its wings.
Oh.
It flutters away from one light to another, and in the dim cavern light coming in from the entrance to the cavern, you can see, it's actually closer to sort of mother of pearl in its iridescence when it's not overshadowed by the purple light.
It's pretty.
Okay. Like you say, I've never seen a moth like this. Have I even heard of a moth like this?
Roll a nature check, please.
Okay.
Don't forget to still have inspiration for the next 10 minutes. It's probably not been 10 minutes yet, has it?
No, you can all still fly, in fact, as well.
Actually, well, that's a 16. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna put the inspiration into this because this looks like it's a weird one.
It is.
Oh, it's a D12 now, Sam. Sorry.
Oh, a D12. Of course.
We
Okay.
leveled up, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Level 15.
Oh yeah. Okay, and that was a 12, so that is now a 28.
Ooh.
That's exciting.
Okay, 28. You've never seen a moth like this.
Okay.
You have heard. You heard once from from sailors' scuttlebutt in Hongwao
Okay.
of a type of moth that once existed that was like astonishingly rare. And was used to make the sort of ceremonial whose silk and wings was used to make the ceremonial robes of the Tang Emperor. Not even the current Tang Emperor, but like Tang Emperor 1,000 or more years past.
Right. Okay.
Like as far as you know, this moth is extinct. Like Tyrian purple sea snail extinct.
Oh wow, that.
It was a known, you've heard about this being like a rare luxury creature millennia ago.
All right, keep an eye out for another one of those. That would be worth a fortune to a lepidopterist or just any kind of natural
For a
scientist.
leopard? What does a leopard want it for?
No, it's a term for people who study
make eyeglasses for
Leopards
leopards.
just really like moths.
Well,
Pay a lot of
moths,
leopard
butterflies,
money for
that
them.
whole subset of
They just
of
fucking
flying
love
creatures.
moths. Leopards, they're obsessed. It's a good thing Stormy isn't a leopard. She'd be going fucking mental right now.
Stormy is, by the way, jumping around at the moths that she can see in that very kitten sort of way.
Well, that, as far as I'm
AC
aware,
on deception.
should be extinct. So,
Okay.
let's bear that in mind as we go forward. This place is full of surprises.
Yeah, I noticed.
Are you okay? Do you need more healing?
No, I'm fine. Don't worry.
I never believe you when
You
say
said that
Do you need more
before.
healing?
Do you honestly expect us to believe you?
Well, I'm like 3/4 okay. I'm fine.
Look, that's doable for now.
Yeah.
We'll have a little sit down in a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
However, having bypassed this trap, you have made it to the main cavern sort of walkway floor. You can see that this The floor is uneven. It is most apart from the area leading directly from this this entryway to the coach house, where someone has smoothed it out enough to run a coach along it. And indeed, at this coach house, you can see that there is a somewhat spooked horse currently tied, who is. I mean, the reins have been laid on. This horse has not been. You see that the horse has been unhitched from a wagon, which I'll describe in a moment, a wain, if you will. But not more than that. The bridle, the reins, and so on, all of that is still on the horse, who hasn't really left because it's pretty scary out there. And there are still full nose bags. There's a full nose bag. There is a feed trough that's still full of oats that haven't gone off yet, as far as you can tell. The water trough has gone down, but is not empty. It looks like there's probably still water enough for a couple of days for this horse. And maybe when it was full, it had enough for a few days. I would say, if you want, you could make a nature or a medicine check to try and estimate how long this horse has been here.
Medicine is slightly better, but regardless of that, I will make the check. But before I do, Corzin can say. Right, well that settles it. There is no way this place has been unoccupied for as long as people think. With the medicine check, that is a 23.
You want to say 2 to 4 days. Not
4
longer
days,
than
absolute maximum.
Yeah, longer than
could
yesterday.
have been
But this horse was put up in a bit of a hurry. It feels like
How long ago were the Wains supposed to have cleared out of here?
It's no time.
Yeah.
From what we know, it was years ago. Though,
as far as you
right?
know, you vaguely remember. You don't remember a lot about it, but the last time you actively saw the Wains, Celestia heard the original rumor about the Wains clearing out, or possibly saw the Wains in a vision from well over a decade ago.
Sorry, I'm laughing because I really want Batman to be here.
I really want Batman.
Or
I
Alfred.
Specifically want Adam West to be here.
That would be so good.
Oh, the Camp 60s Batman.
You can actually see that
Batman.
there is a wagon attached as well. And the wagon itself is clearly a one-person wagon. It is painted. It is painted black as well. Someone has gone to the trouble of painting their wagon in mottled sort of black and brown. A little bit of grey in a manner not entirely dissimilar to a patterning of a moth's wings.
Right.
And it appears, interestingly, looking at it, there is iron bolted onto the inside of this wagon. This is an armoured wagon. Light platings, because it still needs to be able to be pulled by one horse. But you can see... there appear to be cabinets or compartments in it that are currently closed. There are also bullet holes. There are musket shot holes in the sides of in one of the sides of this wagon, where clearly which have broken through the painted wood exterior and in a couple of cases gone through the metal plating.
Well, somebody upset someone.
Very much. It's pretty though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bit weird, but pretty.
Real sort of moth theme going on here.
Yeah, well, I suppose the
Mothcart
caves... It's,
Maybe this person just fucking loves moths. just collected them, threw them on their cart, and we'll look around. There'll just be moths everywhere, all over the walls.
Maybe. I wonder what they're feeding on in here, because there's not like.
Yeah.
You kind of look peering
Moss
through.
and shit, dunno.
Yeah, you get the feel like there is a small amount of moss and so on in vegetation, but you suspect that this might just be more of a place to roost until it hits evening.
Yeah.
They'll flutter out and do mothy things. So you can see the gunshot riddled moth wagon, if you will. There is also with a number of compartments on it that are currently closed, and as I say, there are a couple of structure. There's another wooden structure which appears to have a shut-up door on it, and there's the sort of walkway with 6 cabinets, and indeed just the rest of this cavern with its various darkened corners. There are actually a number of points for candle sconces that you can see as well, but the candles appear to have burnt down to wax and just gone out.
Okay. Is it just the one horse?
Just the one
stabled
horse
here?
that you can see, yes.
Okay.
This wagon was designed to be drawn by one horse. Presumably, if they had other horses, they didn't keep them here, or they changed them out.
Right, okay.
I wonder if this place is sanctioned or not.
That's a good question.
Well,
I
there's.
was just wondering about things like detect thoughts and things, you know?
Well,
Not that it wouldn't work within a sanctum, but if we're currently outside the sanctum. I don't know, I was thinking about it, you know?
I mean, I hope it's
Yeah.
not sanctioned, because
They'll fuck
otherwise it'd be
everything,
really
won't
difficult
it?
to steal it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I might be able to break it if it is sanctum.
I'm
And
supposed
if you
to be
give
able to
me
detect.
10 minutes, I can
okay.
do. Yeah, and I picked up a ritual that should let me see whether there's a sanctum spell on it. or anything.
Frankly, after the traps we've already seen, I think that's worth it.
Yeah, alright.
If they've got access to do that, then maybe they've got the resources to get some magic on this place.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm horrendously impatient, but we totally have 10 minutes. We're not in a rush, are we?
I'll get started on that then. If you want to take a look around for 10 minutes, I guess.
Is that a general detect magic sort of situation?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh, I
Yes.
could do that. But it
Looking.
would also take me 10 minutes. Maybe I'll do something different.
I'm going to look for things in the cave.
Victory starts doing something different to Scamp, actually. Instead of a sketchbook, Victory starts taking out a bunch, or pulls out from one of her bags of holding a sort of almost like a small craft kit, just full of small, weird polished rods of strange materials, bits of horn, or bone, or gemstones, and starts assembling them in odd ways. It kind of looks like she's almost building a wand in some curious way.
That's kind of cool.
You leave her to doing that for 10 minutes, though.
I will cast comprehend languages, because I might as well do a ritual.
That's a really good idea.
We have a different ritual spell going.
Alright, in the meantime, shall Celestia and I investigate the
Yes.
place, see what
Yes. Okay.
dark corners hold?
Make an investigation check, please. Then.
Should I do it?
Yeah, you do it. I'll assist you.
That is a 22.
Okay, 22. Alright, so that allows you to find a number of things.
Ooh.
So
Things,
over the
like
next 10 minutes that you spend investigating, first of all, you discover, let's see, do you sort of open? Well, like there's doors and so on. So there's the door to the shack that you can see. There are the doors to the wardrobes. Are you just sort of doing a general investigate of everything before opening anything?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'd say so.
Okay.
Figure out where everything is first.
Yes.
Okay.
And then if there's time, I will start opening things and being weird.
So the first thing you discover is that all 6 of those wardrobes are definitely trapped.
Okay.
But you are with a 22. You are able to discover what appear to be concealed sort of off switches.
Oh, cool. I turn all of them off.
Yeah. Similarly, you discover that every compartment of the moth wagon also appears to be trapped. It will require a separate investigation check for you to find to try and find any deactivation for those. If you want to make that now.
Yes.
Okay, yeah,
With
I will
Corzin
assist you
help,
again.
yes.
Yep.
That's another 22.
You are
Same
able
dice
to
roll, the same
identify all of the trap disarmaments for those, which is
Exciting.
yeah. It will allow you. It doesn't completely disarm the trap. It would be a separate check with thieves' tools and stuff if you wanted to actually try and get the trap for yourself. But you are able to find the off switches. Continuing with the general investigation, you also find a trap on the door to the shack.
Oh, wow.
This one, again, you realise there is tied into the way that the handle is operated somehow. It will be a separate check to figure out the exact mechanism. Seems to relate to some sort of concealed box or the like above the shack roof.
Would that be another investigation?
Honestly, with that, it's more of a. This one's actually would be a thieves' tools check.
I do
but
not have
Jeffrey is
thieves'
free
tools.
if you want to. Jeffrey, take a shot at this.
Jeffrey, come on.
Could you figure out how this trap works? Maybe try and get rid of it. And preferably that one on the Mothmobile as well, if you can.
Okay, Jeffrey's gonna try and disarm 2 sets of traps.
Or...
Then
No, we can't really, can we? Because we're not proficient.
you can't really assist Jeffrey.
I give
you
Jeffrey
could inspire
inspiration?
Jeffrey. Yes.
You are good sometimes, and I sometimes nearly like you. Awkward flash of rainbow.
Okay, can you roll an investigation? A thieves' tool check for Jeffrey, please, for the shack door first, please.
Yes, I'm just trying to find Jeffrey's stats. Somewhere in here. Right. That's fine. God damn it, I've got too many photos and I didn't put them somewhere sensible. Where are you, Jeffrey? Where are you? I've rolled a 14 on the dice. I'm going to use the inspiration.
It's D12.
Add that.
Why is it the 12 feels like so much more than 10, by the way?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I've got a 21 to start with, and
Okay.
I'm looking for Jeffrey's stats. I feel like it might be about.
Jeffrey kind of looks at the handle, starts rattling it. You have a brief moment of bowel clenching terror, and then flips it the opposite way you would expect a handle to be turned. So, like, you'd normally push a handle down. No, Jeffrey flips it up and all the other way around, and then the door swings open.
Ooh, is this the shack or the Mothmobile?
This is the shack.
Okay. What's in the
Well
shack?
done, Jeffrey.
So, the Mothmobile will be a separate check. So the shack, interestingly, appears to be some sort of planning room. You have to bring in one of the lights to see in here. But you do spot what appears to be a room full of documents. There are sketches of people's. There are rough sketches of people's faces. There are names. There are pieces of red string tied to each other. A map of the city. It looks.
Dear.
There is some sort of. It seems to be the epicenter of some sort of really involved surveillance of Newmark. It would definitely take a whole different 10 minutes for you to really parcel all of this together and make sense of it.
Any of the pictures immediately recognizable to us?
Yeah, actually. So you recognise sketches of Owen Copperkettle, Heinrich Jenks of the Bowstring Boys, Azra, Adine, Azra's lieutenant, a somewhat hazy sketch of some of the Sunset Girls from a distance.
Maybe forms they've taken at some point.
Right.
Yeah, there's a sketch of Sen Huisen's father, Sen Chen, the head of the 30 Cutthroats. It appears to be a map of all of the crime families of Newmark. You notice there are X's through Owen Copperkettle, Heinrich Jenks. There are also a number of like other hench figures with X's through them. You recognise sketches of the six hench orcs that were directly below Heinrich now have X's through them. And at the centre of a lot of these red strings are caricatures of the three of you highlighted in red crayon with a handwritten note saying Fisher King agents top priority.
Oh dear.
Eliminate at all costs.
Oh dear.
Well,
somebody doesn't like us.
Corzin, don't you have one of these red string walls?
You notice there's actually a copy of the bounty posted on Corzin as well in there.
You've got one of these, but it's less about murdering us. Yeah.
Yeah, that's more dedicated to Kraken attacks and other investigation that's relevant, but
I wonder if this person knows that we're responsible for getting rid of all the people that they wanted to get rid of.
I mean, do you want to spend the rest of your 10 minutes, I'll save your remaining investigation check for later, but if you want to spend the rest of your 10 minutes looking in here, you can attempt to pass the red string web of what's going on and get a general picture of it.
How are you feeling, Sam?
Ooh. You know, the fact that it's, even at a glance, the information here is that bang up to date, yeah, I want to know more.
Okay.
Celestia's feeling a bit like, yeah, nope, so I might go and look at other things.
Corzin continues.
That's one of the reasons I was asking.
Here. You look at the Wain at the
Celestia doesn't want to address this.
Okay, Celestia's looking at the Mothmobile. Another disarm check from Jeffrey, please, for the Mothmobile's traps.
Ugh, I still can't find Jeffrey's stats. I might be looking in the wrong place though. I've definitely saved them somewhere.
Yeah, I will tell you what Jeffrey's be.
He's good at thieves' tools, isn't he?
Yeah.
Jeffrey
basically, I believe, has a +5.
16. So that was a 16 plus.
Cool. So that'd be 21.
I think it's +5. That sounds right.
Yeah. Okay, Jeffrey not only disarms very quickly finds the same off switches, but manages to carefully remove a number of traps from the Mothmobile. So you gain 5 spring-loaded poison dart traps, which you can install in places of your choice.
Cool.
They are single-use.
I thought we were paranoid, but this is a whole other level.
They will fire a dart in a direction of your choice up to 20 feet away when triggered, and you can loop them up to wires that get like trip wires to trigger them, or to. I think they're all basically triggered to go off wires being pulled. I'll say yeah. For you setting them up wherever, these are basically tripwire traps you can use. If you want to record these have an attack of +8. They fire a single dart as an attack and do 1d4 piercing damage and 68 poison damage.
Decent.
Successful.
Does somebody want to record this in less tiny writing than I am currently? Because
Yes.
I made the mistake
So
of trying to put it in my
dark
inventory,
traps.
and it's just super
Yeah.
tiny.
So dart traps, +8 to attack, tripwire triggered, and they do 1d4 stabbing and 8d6 poison.
Great, got that.
Cool. Okay, so within Celestia looking in the concealed compartment.
Yeah, they've noped out of the registering board.
Okay, you find a number of armaments in here. Actually, you find. Interestingly, what appear to be no less than 16 throwing knives with a distinctive moth emblem marked onto them. 8 regular just bombs. 8 more smoke bombs.
Ooh, helpful.
Which create obscuring smoke clouds and have flashbang-like effects when they go off. You are able to find 300 feet of coiled silk rope attached to another climber's kit, and a grappling hook launcher. Spring-loaded grappling
That's
hook
cool.
launcher.
It's
With a
like just
grappling
a
hook.
crossbow, right?
Yeah, it's basically a crossbow, but it does come with a grappling hook.
I found Jeffrey's stats at last.
Excellent.
They are. Keep those on hand.
So yes,
I mean, spare climbers kit right here.
yeah.
I don't need one, but someone else can have it.
Um,
Yeah, sure.
inside, you can carry on investigating. You open up the cupboard, the 6 cupboards as well. You find 6 just outfits. One.
I mean, how good are they?
They're for someone a little shorter than you. A little shorter than you. You could wear them, but you might want to get a tailor to take the legs
What
out.
kind of outfits? Do I want the outfit?
Actually, I'm going to say some of them are more out. So actually, I'm going to say
Talk to us about the outfits.
Someone a little No, I'm going to make a choice here. I'm going to say actually someone significantly shorter than you, Celestia, and only a little bit taller than Scamp. Actually, so Scamp could wear these, or you could wear these if they were let out a bit.
Yeah.
So there is what appears to be a sort of dinner jacket-esque outfit for formal occasions. There is what appears to be a disguise of just a regular artisan or street goer. Although you notice, I'll get back to the thing about them in a moment. I said there were 6, right?
Yeah.
There is what appears to be a. Okay, next one is some sort of. I'm trying to think what the next thing would be. Yeah, there you go. The next thing appears.
Regretting there being 6.
Yeah, I'm regretting there being 6. There is what appears to be a set of dark grey clothes. These look old and used, but not like they've been used recently, which includes face wrappings, arm wrappings. Basically, if you think ninja suit, you're in the right general area.
Okay.
It looks like, including a sort of painted black metallic face mask. It has a very Haldanic feel to it. It is light and it contains some very light armor elements to it. There is the last three all appear to be variants on the same broad outfit. They look like they're missing an underlayer of some description, but they all contain some sort of cloak shaped to look like a moth's wings, and with wing-like patterning on them. What appears to be a helmet with a moth-like pattern to it, and face mask. They're in three different colours. One is black and grey, one is brown, black and grey, and one is a more sort of brightly coloured orange, sort of monarch butterfly-esque version as well. All of the outfits have a fuck ton of places to put concealed throwing knives, concealed bombs, small vials, and the like.
I would like to nick the orange cloak for a present for Saran.
Okay, you steal an orange...
I think she should have an orange butterfly cloak.
Okay, you steal an orange
She likes orange,
cloak.
right?
She does, yes, she likes orange. Okay, and as a side effect, it's got lots of place for concealed weaponry. Wearing any of these outfits, you would have advantage to sleight of hand checks to conceal items about your person from the sheer number of pockets.
Very Saran, yes.
There is, each of them also contains a small loop. As a place for concealed pockets. Oh, and each of them contains a small loop of garrote wire.
Wow.
Concealed in one wrist cuff.
Okay.
Yeah. The last thing you discover, though, with that 21, is there are actually a couple of bits of what look like stone in the wall, but are actually carefully painted over in scumbled wood, concealing what appear to be a couple of entrances to some sort of hidden rooms or chambers. Corzin.
Yep.
Your investigation of the planning room.
Does he get advantage because he's good at red string walls?
Do I indeed?
You know what? I would like...
Does this have a similar logic to the one I have?
It has a very similar logic. I would actually let your choice of, and you have to do this one alone, investigation or survival, please.
Survival.
Red string walls.
Okay. Survival, that is dirty 20.
Okay. Cool, I'll get to what you discover from that in a moment. But one thing you definitely do spot is, so looking through the morass of information, this all seems to date. This seems to start out about 6 months ago.
Okay.
Is when the information starts really being gathered. You realise that over the last 6 months, someone has apparently been carrying out a single-handed guerrilla war of terror, intimidation, and extermination against the crime gangs of Newmark. All of those pictures, you didn't kill everyone on those pictures. This is a hit list that someone has been systematically working their way through, trying to destabilize and gather information about Newmark's criminal underworld. They've successfully mapped out nearly every criminal operation, and we're in the process of dismantling them piece by piece. However, you also, however, this all suddenly gets disrupted as of about within the last month. Thanks to your arrival, throwing everything into array. Both ultimately leading to your own assassinations of the heads of 2 of the crime gangs. But from the perspective of of whoever this is, putting this all together, it appears that they have identified you as an even greater threat, pinning your identity as members, as agents of the Fisher Kings, and potentially spelling the invitation of even greater organized crime into the area. They've been, you see, from a creepily third-person standpoint, someone tracking your own movements, every action you've done in the city from the outside, through the lens, and seeing how you have been working to unite the gangs of Newmark to end a gang war that you realise this person instigated as part of an attempt to wipe out the criminal underclass.
Wow. Well, we fucked it, didn't we?
And bring a strange and terrible unity. They have marked you as their primary target, and the last thing you find proof of them doing was a plan to head out and try and eliminate the 3 of you during, and there's a note of expected battle tomorrow.
All right. Right. Corzin, as soon as he's digested all of this, is going to say, Celestia, over here now.
What? There's a load of fucking weird outfits over here. What have you found?
And he'll lower his voice so only the 2 of them can be heard. So, I need you to scry on whoever made this right now.
Okay. Do we have 10 minutes?
There is one other thing you notice, though. As you pull Celestia in, you catch something that you hadn't caught before, just distracted by the swear things. A glint of blood on dried blood on the floor. It's been hard to see because of all of the dark, it's a dark stone floor, and it's just another dark stone. But you realise, you catch sight of a little drips of dried blood that almost entirely vanished away, leading from the wagon into this room briefly, and to what you realise was a concealed compartment that has been opened and left open underneath one of the tables, and then off towards a section of the wall, one of the sections where, Celestia, you've seen the concealed doorways. And Corzin, you just now spot this as you bring Celestia in.
Oh, okay, right. So I'm going to be following the spots of blood. And stuff.
What are you looking at? What have you found?
Whoever set all this whole operation up was tracking us specifically.
Let's have a good look around in here before I'm out for 10 minutes.
Right.
It's hard to rouse me from scrying, right?
Blood spots, right.
Okay, let's follow those before we think about scrying. Maybe in a minute, but let's make sure we're safe first.
Okay. It's pretty easy to follow them now that you've spotted them, and you see it does lead to the left hand of the 2 concealed entrances. And it's about this time that, Scamp, you finish casting your comprehend languages, and Victory calls out, "Okay, done!" and clicks the handle shut on what does appear to be a wand, which she activates and immediately casts out a little glowing cone of light. She passes it around the room. By the way, all 3 of you light up like Tyrian candles in the light of this thing. It does indeed appear to look very much like the mage lanterns that you've seen created.
Cool.
So she points the wand around. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're under a sanctum. Oh, that's cool though. She points it up at the ceiling, and you do see that one iridescent sort of moth seems to flare brighter in the light.
It's not a spirit, is it?
Doesn't feel the same.
No, they can see it.
Yeah, they can see
Everybody
it. everyone can see this. It's just got a faint magical sheen to it when she shines the light over it.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Blood spots.
Wait, what?
Wait a minute. Looking at the moth again.
Yeah.
And this would be in my mind because of what's recently happened.
Oh, right, yeah.
I actually, you know what? Given the paranoia of the person who made this place, Corzin is going to avert his face from where the moth seems to be, and then message stone to Celestia, so he's not speaking aloud. Like
Scamp can hear too.
Yeah. That could be a person transformed.
Oh, fuck, it totally could. I'm going to do detect thoughts.
Okay.
Let's see if I can hear them.
You cast Detect Thoughts. You focus.
On the moth.
Mm-hmm.
You get the pings of thoughts of sufficiently above animal level intelligence in the room.
Okay.
So you get you never get yourself, but you get Scamp, Corzin, Victory, that weird halfway thing from Jeffrey.
Jeffrey's always creepy.
That just like unnerves you.
Probably a bit of friend.
Nothing from the moth, or any of the moths, or the horse. To your relief.
It's not thinking anything.
And you're not feeling anything. Nothing's coming through the walls, as far as you can tell.
Yeah, I just let it extend out the full,
30
feet. Yeah.
And you sort of take a walk around.
I have a good walk up and down the cave.
Okay, for the minute it's going, you don't detect any new thoughts or thinking creatures.
Tap my helmet again. It's not thinking anything.
What's going on? You're all really quiet.
I message Victory and relay everything, but I message her.
Yep.
Oh, right. She shuts up.
I message her again. Sorry, darling, I forgot that you didn't have a stone. That was really rude.
She gives you a thumbs up.
You can reply silently. It's okay.
Oh, right. Cool. Sorry, don't use that.
Corzin is going
Fair.
to see if the blood spots lead to a body.
I mean,
I'm gonna come
something.
too.
yeah. So you come straight. So you head to the concealed doorway.
Yep.
Well, let's
yeah.
all go over there.
Okay. Victory passes the detect magic over it. Doorway. Now that you can see it, it's well concealed. But it does appear to just be painted wood. There's not an obvious handle that you can see, but if you want to give it an investigation check, you can.
Yeah.
I will assist.
That would help again. 22 again. It's my favourite.
Okay. Well, you find the trap.
Of course, there's a trap.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't there be?
The trap is a little nasty, actually. You find a concealed handle, and you realise there's something smeared onto it, and it's covered with tiny little spikes. And then you realise that the way you probably actually open it is there's like a little divot in the edge of where the door goes into the stone, and you just grip it there and pull it open.
Well, I prestidigitate whatever is smeared on it off, so at least it's just spikes.
You smear as much of that off as you can.
I'm not going to touch it either way, but you would if you were worried about people accidentally touching it, wouldn't you?
You identify the obvious trap.
Can't be sure, but I bet that's poison.
Yeah, probably.
And carefully pull open the door. Well, the first thing you see is there is a hidden room with inside. It's a small room. They're carved into the stone. It looks like at some point this was just a chamber that was cut in, probably by smugglers or someone in the past. And there are a few workbenches in here with bits of equipment, but in the center of this room there is just a huge block of moths, which as soon as the door opens flutter out in a swarm of them. And you see there is a very dead body there.
Oh dear.
Curled up with it curled up in a position, in a sort of fetal position, with streaks of blood or of dried blood around them, is some sort of, you would guess they were in the early 20s, in the sort of, no, actually probably late 20s or so. Human man, probably was pretty muscular, dressed in some sort of outfit, like a bodysuit made of iridescent silk and stitched together moth wings, as far as you can tell. You can see this poking through a torn sort of black and brown moth-style covering over it, like clothes worn on top of this outfit. You can clearly see how they died. Multiple musket shot wounds. And yeah, interestingly, the outfit includes what appears to be some sort of moth-like cloak matching the ones on the outside. A mothwing-like cloak matching the outside. They have a number of sort of similar to the outfits beyond. They're wearing a number of little harnesses and so on for wearing concealed weapons, but you can see the shattered remnants of spent healing potion bottles as well, and they have clutched to their chest some sort of diary or journal. Yeah, this appears to be the body of whoever set up this whole moth cave.
The Mothman.
I feel a bit guilty, but I'm quite glad the Mothman is dead.
I didn't want to have to fight the Mothman.
No, me neither, really, and I think we probably would have done, because he was definitely determined to kill us.
Yeah.
Well, the question is, who did he piss off enough?
I have a terrible and potentially urgent question.
What?
Has this body been dealt with to any capacity? Probably
No,
not, right?
it hasn't. Right,
We
let's
should
do
do
that
that.
just in case. Give us a sec.
And I'll do some more magic.
Okay, what are you going to do?
Gentle repose.
Okay.
Before we do anything else, and then we can decide what we're doing.
Actually, that's a point. Can we tell how long this body has been dead?
Medicine check, please.
Yep. That is a dirty 20.
You'd say about 3 days. You're like thereabouts. You're putting this together. It looks, the style of shot, like probably got shot up during the battle for Newmark.
Alright, yeah, given the level of putrefaction and the variety of different wounds, I'd say 3
Level
days.
which will not continue to putrefy for the next 24 hours.
Putrefaction is pretty much the worst word ever, isn't it?
And very visible. There is, now that the moths have gone and the door is open, there's unfortunately a stench.
We should chop a head off, shouldn't we?
Well, I thought what Scamp's doing means we don't have to do that immediately.
I mean, for 24 hours, yeah. But before we leave, we should chop a head off.
10 days.
10 days, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's nice, but again, mind you, 10 days is past the window, isn't it?
I think it's like it puts it on hold. I don't think it actually changes anything.
If we're planning
10
on
days
going
is enough.
anywhere,
Yeah.
let's deal with this.
Basically, this body cannot be you know from experience, 24 hours is the point at which, something like undead
Something
things
could
can
get in.
happen.
Yeah.
This will stop any undead entering any undead spirit type affair entering this body and turning it undead.
But will it? Will the 10 days finish and nothing can get in still? Or
No, but for that you wanted to do last rites on it.
or chop the head off?
Or chop the head off,
Yeah.
yes. But you've definitely got 10 days in which this has not progressed.
I mean,
Well,
there's
it's
now
not
not a
about
rush, which I
Yeah.
love. But if we end up leaving town, we should chop this head off so it doesn't get out
Also,
of hand.
if we steal the house, don't want to pop in to find he's wandering about.
No,
Shall I
absolutely.
just chop his head off and it's just done, isn't it? It's done. Shall I just do that?
Well,
I mean, there's
Anyone who wants to look away, time to do so.
Victory shrugs. She's cut heads off before.
Yeah. Just give it a chop. And I've realised that I've only got my shitty rape at Corzin. Have
wonder-
you saw with you, darling?
yes, I do. Hang on.
Rapier, not good for chopping heads.
What? That smells really bad. Yep, I'm handing this over to you. I thought I was alright with this now, and actually no, I feel a bit weird.
Can I take the mask off and see if I recognise who it is underneath?
Yeah, it's like
That is a
the
really
hood
good
comes
question.
Up. I mean, just on the incredible off chance, roll a d20.
Okay.
It's like not even a check, just roll a d20.
4.
No, you have never seen this man
Just a
before.
guy.
This is just a
Well-
guy.
I have no idea who that is.
Nope, me neither. Mothman.
Yeah, Mothman clearly has been following and tracking you without you being spotted, without spotting you. Oh, by the way, in Mothman's notes, in the planning room, by the way, there's still at least one more bounty outfit after you, by the way, Corzin. It appears that there is a squad of dwarven bounty hunters tracking you.
Okay, that's
That
good
hasn't
to know.
gone away, but you
I
now
will
know
point
about
this
it.
out to everyone. Alright, keep your eye out for dwarven bounty hunters.
Is that still from that one shit day you had?
Thinking back on this, now, for Sam, this was months ago.
But yeah.
yeah.
There's still 1,000 crown bounty on you.
Right, well,
It is, isn't
exactly.
it? It's from that shit day you had. Still the same one.
not exactly new information, but that was
A
a
little bit funny though, isn't it?
terrible, awful, no good day.
Yes, it's a very bad day. Also a little bit funny.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, good luck to them, darling, trying to catch that bounty.
The thing that disturbs me more is how did he know about this?
Oh, there's a poster.
Is it a good drawing?
It's not a great drawing. They didn't get a good look at Corzin.
I want to take the poster.
I'm putting this on my wall.
I think they got you perfectly.
It's uncanny.
Look at that big fucking frown. It's perfect. And the teeth, they're just... I just feel that's
There's
a
more
lot of
beard on
teeth.
this one than actual Corzin has.
A lot of teeth and a lot of beard. Yeah. Yes.
There's also like only one like eye tattoo like on your arm, like in a dramatic way.
Oh yeah, and the
Bother
sort
to
of
do
like
the rest.
sailor-esque kind of tattoo area.
Yeah. Like the covered in tattoos doesn't seem to have translated into the
Someone has just said eye tattoo rather than describing
Yeah.
it properly to the person who has to draw it.
The sketch of Corzin is actually much more accurate and does have multiple eye tattoos sketched on.
The red string boards.
Yeah, Mothman apparently was a decent caricaturist. They're not bad likenesses of you.
Like stylized.
Yeah, I mean, just like a courtroom artist sketch.
Okay.
Fun.
Yeah.
Those people
Apparently,
are so good.
just like the Mothman had mastered many skills.
Well, clearly, whoever this person was, they gave up a promising career as an artist in order to fight crime?
Yep, looks like it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Looking around this room, this appears to be a workshop of some sort. There is another sort of prototype grappling hook crossbow launcher in progress. There's more of these traps that are half made. There's more of there's like there is a small sort of portable on a wheelbarrow type forge that could be brought out and used. Like, you can see how it could be moved out into the main area. There's the die for stamping the distinctive, like, branded moth markings on all of the equipment.
You see, this
I kind of want one of those.
They had branding.
You can take it. You can take the moth branded stamps if dies if you want.
Okay, I'm going to have a quick flick through the journals to see what the earliest mention of us is.
A very quick flick through, it matches up with the like, you see references to this later in the pages. I'll be honest, you can read through this in detail, but it will take you, like, next time you've got an hour free.
Okay, yeah.
You can read through this in detail. If you want to get, like, if you want to skip to a page, give me a sense of, like, how far in you want to look.
Okay.
And I'll give you a quick summary of one page.
Right, okay, we presumably have read the final page.
The final page... glancing at the final page, then you can see that this is... this journal that refers in slightly manic language to like the opportunity, finally having an opportunity to get rid of the agents of the Fisher King. There's the king and the crime sorcerer at their disposal. And there's there's a note saying, "I am vengeance, I am the night."
Right, yeah.
Oh dear.
Perfect.
Well, this one had a flair of the theatrical.
I would like to comedically turn around, because what I was going to ask to do was to try on one of the moth cloaks and see if it looks good with my outfit.
Okay. Do you want to try? Do you want to peel the one off the body, or do you want to try?
I mean, is it like fancier than the other ones? Like, what does it look like?
It's made of. Looking at it, it is made of brilliant iridescent silk. Like, it's multicolored. It's a bit short for you, honestly. Like, you can get it on, it just won't fit perfectly. It's a closer fit. Like, again, it's a little long for Scamp. It's between the pair of you in size. But yeah, like, the cloak is separate it is detachable from the jumpsuit, basically.
I would like to try the cloak on.
Okay. Are these enchanted?
And I would like to comedically turn round when Corzin says this person has a flair for the dramatic.
You turn around, and indeed, the cloak
very
billows. And you realise there's actually, like, hidden supports in it made out of... Take a look at that. Light silvery... Fuck me! It's actually, Victory says, fuck me, is that mithril?
It might be.
That is... She holds up the detect magic one to it. There is a low-grade magic to the whole outfit and the cloak separately. Like, wow. I mean, it doesn't exactly look like it's an enchanted, but more like the material itself is.
It's very shiny.
Where'd they get all this from?
So much money.
You look at the outfit. So yeah, I'm going to say there are some effects to this. If it's easier to remove the cloak. If you want to peel the jumpsuit off the body, you can as well. I will say that the cloak and the jumpsuit have two separate effects. The cloak is just a fucking nice cloak. Basically,
that's what I really want.
But it does have a side effect because of its distinct engineering, cunning engineering in it. involved in it, with the mithril supports and the extreme lightweight strength of the moonlight silk wings. This cloak, it doesn't consume an attunement slot, allows the wearer to glide with a speed of 60 feet. You can glide horizontally. You cannot gain altitude. You must lose at least 5 feet of altitude per round.
Okay. So cool.
That's very cool.
So you need to climb up somewhere high, and then you can launch yourself off and glide 60 feet per round.
If no one stops me, I'm going to steal this ludicrous cloak.
You gain the cloak of the
But only
Mothman.
if no one stops me.
Well, it's
If
not doing
somebody
anything
wants
good
it
anymore.
more, that's also
Yeah.
The cloak.
it's really good, right? Look how good it looks with everything.
The cloak is actually is very lightweight, and you can see how the other cloaks were designed to Moth's cloaks were designed to fit over it to conceal the obvious and brilliant luminescence of it.
The rest of me is
as
still
part
like
of
this.
as part of Mothman's clear sort of "I am the night vengeance."
If you climbed up into a crow's nest with that, you could glide from one ship to another really quickly.
I mean, there's still a bodysuit if anyone wants it. It's not going to fit me, but I think this cloak might be my
Fighty
child
would
now.
do his nut with half of this stuff.
He would.
I mean,
Looking
what's the suit do?
Oh, is there anything that could be armour for Scamp? That'd be exciting.
I mean, it's not the first body I've looted. Do you want to give me a hand and we'll...
Yeah, go
Do
on.
a looting.
Okay, so
Do you want a little rainbow help? I've
carefully
got some left.
remove the jumpsuit. Yeah, this is... None of you have have seen, even Celestia, because you haven't seen the right bits of the future, ballistic nylon before. But you have seen padded armor. And that is sort of what this is to a degree. It's very, very fine. You can see that it's many from the points where the bullet wounds. Honestly, like the bullet wounds have pierced it in a couple of places, but it looks like most of the blood that's soaked into it, this is going to need a wash, is from the internal injuries and the case of broken ribs going through flesh and the bleeding caused from that.
Ow.
It's actually done a pretty decent job for the most part of stopping the bullets. This is it's many layers, many very thin layers of this, a mixture of this iridescent silk and actual wings from these moonlight moths. It must have taken hundreds, if not thousands, of these
Jesus.
to make it, and you don't know how, like where they got them from, but clearly you've seen at least one of these things alive, so they
I
must.
thought these things were extinct.
Yeah, it must have.
Maybe there's a reason they're extinct.
Well,
That said,
that kind of helped.
the style of this looks to have been made within the last century. You would guess, though. And yeah, this is. I'm going to say this is fundamentally. This is lightly magical. It does not consume an attunement slot, but it allows you to wear. But it can be worn without armor proficiency. And it is basically the same as. I think. Hold up, let me get you the. Where's my DMG? Here it is.
on here.
It's there. Thank you. I'll tell you what the AC of this is.
Got things on this table.
What things on this table? There we go. It is the DMG is actually the wrong one to look at because the base thing is. It's basically what's the AC of a chain shirt? Here we go.
16, I believe. Oh, actually, no, 15.
13 plus dex.
No.
There we go. So this gives you an armor class. This is a 14 plus your dexterity modifier.
Oh.
Ooh. I mean, that's higher for you, isn't it?
I mean, my current AC is 12.
Yeah, that's a jump.
Yep. You are considered proficient with this armor, even if you lack proficiency with medium armor.
Ha.
Would you like a
It's
ludicrous
pretty
moth suit?
I mean, it looks like you could wear it under your clothes. Pretty.
Well, you wouldn't want to wear it over your clothes, could you?
Why
see?
not? You'd look amazing.
It's certainly
I'd wear it
eye-catching.
if it wasn't too small. Although,
It's not
probably not.
subtle, though, is it?
Why would we want to be subtle?
I can give it a bit of a clean.
I mean, we do know a good tailor.
So you can. In fact, yeah, you do know a good tailor. Although, to be honest, 10 minutes and improved mending will probably do this.
I'll make it smaller eventually.
Okay, just hold it up in front of me, would you? And you see as Victory focuses, and she puts her hands out, and there is a sudden gust of wind and just sprays of water from somewhere just like around her. Water condenses. It's like she just hits it with a fine rain, washing out the blood. So it pulls onto the floor, and then follows it with a gust of warm air to dry it out.
Neat trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just lots of those, just little magics, you know.
I
Can
can
a
do
few
something
little things.
similar, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
Not exactly the same, but somewhere along the same lines. Works differently to yours, though. Interesting.
Yeah, I've got to do mine with sort of weathery stuff, but there's a few different tricks I can do with it.
I'm going to wear this cloak forever. I'm a butterfly now. Or a moth.
I feel a bit
rather.
bad that this person was like so intent on killing us and after us, and we didn't even find out till after they died.
Oh god, so we're their Black Tusk. To me
Yeah,
it was
but worse.
Petter's Day. Yeah. Whoops. I think we
Worse,
kind
because
of.
at least we upset Black Tusk and we introduced ourselves sort of as well. And Black Tusk knows who we are now.
I know,
we
we didn't for a long
flagged
time.
up on this one's notice, basically because we were associating with other criminals in the city.
We pinched their house, and we still didn't know who they were.
That was after the fact, but I suppose, yeah.
This is probably we had got that deed a little while back, didn't we?
Ages.
You did, yeah, when you
Yeah.
robbed the bank.
The bank job, yeah.
Yeah, we stole their house.
Yeah, that was
Well,
back
they were
with
busy
Reggie.
trying to kill us, and we didn't even know.
I mean,
was
technically,
looking
now
at-
that they're dead, we're looting their house.
It's true.
Yeah,
We've
but it was
inherited
already
their
ours.
house. Yeah. We suck.
I
Oh
think-
well.
Oh well.
I think it might be worse once we've divested this body of everything we care to. We might not know who this is, but whoever this is must be well known within the city. There is just no way that someone with this amount of wealth and influence is a complete persona non grata.
I mean,
Oh, no.
we've been in Newmark for a couple of weeks, and I've never heard of Mothman.
Exactly. Well,
But I wonder if there's some sort of like secret thing going on. I mean, the Red String War didn't look like something you'd want to be public, did it?
no. So clearly this was something that they were doing on the quiet. So who was their public face? Who is this? And he gestures to the face. As opposed to this and gestures to the mask.
I have a terrible question.
What?
It's unusual, isn't it? And if you have a house this big, you live here alone?
Yeah.
Makes
Don't get me
sense.
wrong,
We haven't seen.
this moth guy could be an exception, because this feels like maybe somebody who doesn't speak to a lot of people.
Doesn't get out a lot, maybe.
Ever. But yeah, it's a big house.
Well, clearly he did, because there was all of that
And at this
red
point,
string wall.
you
but
hear a sort of sound, and glancing out of this little cubbyhole you're in, you see the other concealed door open, and emerging, holding a blunderbuss, is a very elderly, grey-faced orc.
We have the deeds with us, don't we?
Yep.
Yeah, we do.
Bald on top, with a white thatched roof, hair below it, in a full valet's uniform, not wearing glasses, sort of turns around, sees the four of you, doesn't seem to immediately see the body, squints. Young Master Wain!
Yes.
Yes!
And we'll pick up there after these, no doubt, important messages.
Yes, fucking and.
Look, over in the corner. Is it a roach? Is it a fly? No, it's Mothman. Faster than a falling bucket, more powerful than a charging bullock. He seeks out justice like a moth seeks out a flame. And wherever evil lurks, it fears the fluttering wings and iridescent fist of Mothman.
And welcome back. As the figure in the valet's uniform turns with the blunderbuss and says, "Young Master Wain," both Celestia and Scamp responded with yes. Given that neither of you are a human male in your late 20s, can I ask you if your deception checks at disadvantage, please?
Yeah, that seems fair. I mean, also, there are two people that spoke together. So.
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
I mean,
I think
hysterically, that's a 16, which seems ludicrously good for disadvantage.
12 from Scamp.
Yeah, I'm going to say, even...
Definitely not.
Yeah, no. The my friend goes, "What?
Sorry, no. Hello.
Who the devil are you? Are you intruders?"
No.
No, we actually own the house.
Pardon me, I'm very confused about... He pauses. Have you... I heard a gunshot and collapsing sounds. Have you seen the young master about?
I've not seen them out and about.
What does he look like?
Young Master Wain, human man. He's human, quite good looking, late 20s, muscular, about yay high. Gestures.
I think I saw someone like that in town.
In town, you say?
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't seen him for the last few days now.
Maybe he's helping with the cleanup.
Clean up, you say?
Yeah, a lot of things got knocked over and stuff, didn't they?
Roll a deception check, please. Without disadvantage.
Really? Okay. Lol. 9. It's not going well. So she's been caught unawares and the improv's just like...
That seems unlikely.
Or he could be unconscious, he could have got injured or something, I don't know. There was a big battle out there, didn't you hear?
Yes,
A lot of people aren't accounted for still.
Oh dear. Perhaps I should... Wait, then who the devil are you?
We own the house.
Master Wain owns the house.
I'm afraid not.
Yeah,
saying-
there's been some sort of confusion. We have a deed for this house.
We do.
But the deed was sealed away. The only person who could have sold you that... How did you come by this deed?
Well, I don't see that as any of our business, as you appear to be in our house without permission.
Can,
Is Intimidation?
Yeah, if that's the angle you want to play, roll intimidation.
Yeah, it's just run away with me at this point, so fuck it. I mean... 33.
Jesus.
Something is really threatening about this. She's
like
just
you
so
say
tired.
You just say this with a really flat voice, and Victory just like folds her arms and like crackles of lightning come off her. There's a sort of hesitation for a moment.
If you fancy being nice, we might let you stay.
What did you do to the young master?
We didn't do anything.
Genuinely
Absolutely
nothing, actually. Like, legitimately, we actually didn't,
This is all that was left of the Wain family legacy.
Oh, fuck.
Would you like a job?
What did you say, Bob?
He
We lost
must
half
be.
of that.
Would you like a job?
You could have a job if you'd like.
This is my job.
You can keep it if you want.
He looks dispirited.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you.
Forgive me, where are my manners? Squintworth Butler Esquire, the valet of the house.
I feel I should take a moment to explain why this is funny. So, when Jason was very sad one week, I got him a fat seal off the internet. It came flat in like a letter, and you opened it up, and it like
Strangely vacuum packed stuffed seal.
And it has the squintiest little face ever. And we have an on-running gag. Its name is Squinty. We have an on-running gag that Jason stole its glasses. And it speaks in this exact voice with this exact facial expression. And he's called the butler Squidworth. So that's why we're all giggling, just in case you were curious. I shouldn't want you to be in the dark.
Please, if you know anything about what happened to young Master Wain, or you can tell me how you came by that.
I messaged to the others, should we just be real with this man? I'm starting to feel
The
guilty.
body is like in the room behind you. You can't see it because you're all standing in the way.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel very mean. Should we just tell him that he got injured in the battle and came back here? I don't know how he explained the deed, though.
Maybe we just go and sit him down and say we're going to have a look around, and then we find the body. I don't think we just step aside and reveal it.
Oh, that's a good angle. How about... We've not actually been here long. How about we check if he's anywhere around here? Would that be helpful?
Yes.
So do you want to have a sit down? You look a little bit freaked out.
You
Yes, of
come with
course.
me and we'll have a look in, around the main house, and
Yes.
the others will look in here.
Were you expecting him back at a particular time?
I realise this body is naked.
Oh yeah.
You cannot
that.
just.
It's literally just his undergarments.
Maybe
and
we can
that's
dress
it.
him in his dinner suit.
Yeah.
I'm making it a bit less.
You do have 6
Horrific.
suits to choose from.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's also the fact that you are literally wearing the cloak that he wore, and you suspect that Squintworth Butler is very short-sighted.
I'm gonna put the cloak in my bag.
Well, yeah. While the butler is Butler,
Yeah,
the
just
valet,
casually pop it in my rucksack.
you just fold it up and shove that
Yeah.
away.
I'm just going to take the butler out of the room, take them somewhere else, and,
yes,
and make a show of looking around.
Yes. There's some steps up to the cellar this way. If you wine cellar. If you come with,
Okay,
show you.
let's go this way.
Somebody help put some clothes on this body,
Okay,
please.
yeah.
Also, we chopped its head off. Did we chop its head off already?
No, I
No, we
didn't.
didn't.
Oh,
We
actually,
didn't
yeah,
do
no, we
that.
had.
We did.
No, you
Totally
did. You bone sawed its head off.
Oh,
Yeah.
we've at length bone sawed its head off, haven't we? Well, let's at least put some fucking clothes on him, shall we?
Yep.
So while I guess the three of you, Victory is going to stay down and help with this as well. Are busy redressing a corpse. Scamp, you Butler leads you up the stairwell. You can see there's a set of carved stone steps that lead up in a little spiral. Apologies, it's been some time since we've had visitors. What did you say your name was?
My name's Scamp.
It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Scamp. This is this is Wain Manor. We're currently at the steps leading up to the cellar. This was originally a smuggler's hole, you know.
Oh, what is it now?
Oh, well, it's been the family home of the Wains for over a century.
Right.
It's built by the. It was built there, and it must be approaching 110 years ago. The original manor was built, connected to the caves. It's quite secret, but I suppose there's no harm in telling you now. Now, if we just lift this trapdoor here, got to watch out for that trap switch there. There we go.
Yeah.
It'll take us up.
Maybe we could spend a little time just turning off all the traps.
Perhaps, yes, since we do have guests, that would make sense. The young master was very concerned about intruders, with the war and the crime, and so on.
Oh, that terrible crime.
Yes, ever since the murder of the young master's parents all those years ago. By criminals, you know. Yes.
Oh, do you know which criminals?
It was one of the, I believe it was one of the gangs in the city, and it was terrible. The young master went travelling for many years afterwards. Only recently returned, actually.
Oh
boy.
Yes, and here we go. And so this is the buttery, as you can tell by the butts of wine. And you emerge in a wine cellar. And he begins showing you around, giving you a bit of a tour. We're actually just, now this is in the part of the west wing of the house, and you can see this leads from here to the kitchen, the pantry, separate from the buttery, and storerooms, servants' quarters. It's where I sleep. Used to be so many more of us, actually, but when the young master left on his travels, my young master Bruno Wain, we had to mothball everything. Everyone else was
mothball. Yeah, I did notice a lot of moths down there.
Ah!
Mothballing's worked very well.
Yes, of course. The family crest. Moths here for as long as before there were Wains. Is the pride of the family, and you do see as he starts leading you through the hallways of this mansion. There is a lot of moth-themed decoration. There are plates with moths pictured on them and so on, and the sort of moth on wheel crest of the house.
What are we going to do with this butler? You've just put a butler here to see what we do with him, haven't you?
Let's keep him.
We were going to steal this. We can't really leave him in there. Where's he going to go? Is he just a party member now? Do we send him to the ship?
He's going to
He is our new Monty.
Kill the Kraken.
Yeah, I mean,
what do we do with him?
It's
going to be really sad when he realises Bruno's dead.
You haven't got any family anywhere you
no,
go?
not anymore. I was, I fought in some of the wars many years ago, but trust me, I always thought of young Master Wain as my sort of protege, child I never had.
Right. You don't like have maybe a love interest who you nearly got together when you were younger, but then you had to like commit to the duty of being a butler, and she went.
I'm a valet, thank you. Actually, the butler takes care of the buttering, and the pantler of the pantry. Of course. We used to have a butler. It's very comedic, of course, him being called Butler, and my surname being Butler. But no, I'm a valet.
A valet, right? But you don't have like maybe.
I'm sorry. Could you just say his first name and his second name together for me?
Squintworth Butler, the valet.
Squintworth Butler, the valet. We've really got a Plinky the Gnome on our hands, haven't we?
I've not heard about Plinky the Gnome.
Oh, Plinky the Gnome is just my stock. Like, I couldn't think of a character name. D&D thing. I've played many a Plinky the Gnome in my time. But anyway.
You don't like have someone maybe that you could go on a road trip to go and meet up with and potentially have a future with away from here.
I suppose there are other. If anything's happened to Master Wain, I suppose there are other families perhaps I could sign on with. I'm only in my 90s.
Oh well.
Oh boy.
Right.
Can Lady Grace exists?
Never fancied working on a boat?
Many years ago, in fact, I did spend some time aboard a boat. They called it being hongwowed in those days.
Oh, right. Did you like it? I've never wanted to go back.
But I learned a number of skills that put me in good stead.
Would you like to go work for a nice lady who probably isn't evil, but might be a questionable moral actions in the past, and did not get blown up entirely in the fight?
Yes. That's very specific wording you've chosen there. Young Master... Is it Scamp?
Yeah.
Our Master Scamp.
She sent to Lady Grace. How do you feel about a grieving 90-year-old butler who's really, really short-sighted?
At what point, there's a scurrying sound, and as you're kind of awkwardly looking at the kitchen, as being shown around the kitchens, you hear Victory emerge. Oh, okay, this is a very nice mansion. We're ready.
Okay. Well, there's no sign of Master Wain up here. Shall we see if the others have found anything?
I suppose that does make sense.
Okay,
I would like to put forth an offer to how we've dressed this body. So there's a ninja suit, which usually has some manner of headscarf situation.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would like
Cinching
to put forth that we have dressed this body in the ninja suit to hide the fact that we've chopped its fucking head off.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Corzin
tied
probably
the head
would have
onto
had
the
to have laid out and dressed people before, so
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what you're doing. You direct.
You lead Squintworth back down, Butler back down.
Squintworth Butler, who's not a butler.
Back down the steps again, and eventually, and then he sees that you gathered around the concealed chamber. You found some signs then?
Yes, I'm
holding a little lantern.
So sorry to say, it looks like Master Wain might have been injured in battle and seems to have not made it. I'm so sorry. I don't laugh in real life. Ellie's laughing. Celestia is doing better at acting than I am.
Please let me forward. Let me see.
Of course.
He kneels down. He gets the body, kneels down.
I feel like we've hastily put some bullet holes. Like we've put holes in the fabric where there are holes.
Fabric.
Yeah.
Because otherwise that would be weird.
Lowers the face mask a little. Oh.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Master.
You don't have any idea
his shoulders sag.
what he was up to that might have got him into this situation, do you?
He was very...
Did he have any enemies?
Oh, by the region. He said that he was trying to clean up the city. He didn't talk a lot about what went on, but he said that he had many enemies.
Oh dear.
I'm sorry, I need to be alone.
That's quite okay. Should we give you a minute then?
Yeah, let's give him some space.
All right. Let us know if you need anything.
Of course. Thank you. Many thanks.
You just get a little message to fuck.
Moving away into the next room.
That was the worst. That was the absolute worst. That was the worst thing. Oh God. So sad.
Yeah, you've pretty thoroughly explored the Moth Cave now, though.
Yeah.
And you are with so Scamp, the pathway up has been unlocked and detrapped for you, so you are able to show everyone up to the manor, Wain Manor. It's a pretty impressive place. You take you have a little opportunity to take some time to look around and get to know the place. It is surprisingly, or perhaps under the circumstances, unsurprisingly, not looted, based on the sheer number of traps that were outside. And you are able, leading up onto the ground floor, you find a secret entrance. There's actually, you realise, this secret pathway down has two secret entrances, as there is a second sort of ladder that goes up through a false chimney, down from where these stairs are to somewhere else. You later realise, and I'll talk a little bit about where you eventually discover that leading up to, just by opening it from the inside. But on the ground floor, there are sort of, the whole place can be sort of separated as a main wing, an east wing, and a west wing. You come up in the west wing, in the buttery, as mentioned, which, like the pantry and a storeroom, shares the west wing with the kitchen, the pantry, a general storeroom, and servants' quarters, which include additional beds and indeed Squidward's bed as well.
Does it look like there's more than two people who live here?
Oh no. There clearly was space to have up to a dozen servants, but it is very apparent that for a very long time now, it's basically just been butler here.
Right.
Just caring for this place. The main wing, which leads onto it, you see there's a very impressive, leads mostly into a very impressive entry hall with beautifully painted walls depicting various sort of pastoral scenes, and actually quite a few moths as well. A replica of the Wain moth on wheel symbol. Interestingly, one of the little pastoral things does include a painting of a moth not dissimilar to the moonlight moth that you spotted down below, that the whole Mothman outfit is made from.
Interesting.
I'm giggling because I'm just taking a moment to be really glad that we didn't kill this man.
Yeah.
Like, it feels bad still, but we didn't actually murder him, and that's helping a bit.
Yeah.
For us, that's great.
So there's a pair of double stairways that lead up to the upper level with like imported sort of fine marbled balustrading and so on. And in addition, in this main wing area, there is a fine dining room with seating for like up to 32, if one was so inclined. Probably bring in additional chairs from elsewhere if you wanted to seat more than that. There is a library, just full of books, just like floor to ceiling library, and a ballroom as well, with an impressive multi-tiered chandelier from above. Interestingly, actually, the chandelier is not lit. It does not have candle space, but appears to have imported dwarven light stones, like dwarf stones, in it to provide illumination. And you realise that there are actually a lot of sort of like sconces or positions where you could put candles which have light stones in them, with runes to activate or deactivate them. So it looks like this whole place could be, the entire interior could be lit through these handy little magic stones, if one was so inclined. Though it is currently daylight, so there is no need for such a thing. The east wing seems to have toilets, a set of quite plush guest bedrooms with attached dressing rooms.
Oh, wow.
And a very nice sort of sitting room with a series of chaises longs. Chaises long? I don't know.
Chaise long, I think.
Yeah, chaise long. I don't know if the plural's the same as the singular for those. And
Any French stowaways help us out?
and one of those globes full of alcohol.
Perfect.
There is, as well as just like another completely separate liquor cabinet. Yes.
It's so pretty.
Oh, I love
It's
those.
beautiful.
And there is also a bath house. When I say rather than bathroom, there is just like a room, tiled room, where there is space to just pour out. Like there's separate places for boiling them. You'd need to light fire and so on, but you could put it. But yeah, there's space to have just heated baths.
You wouldn't need
now you're
for a
talking.
heated bath. You just need to ask Celestia nicely.
Yeah, much easier if you've got a Celestia in hand.
This is amazing. Best bath.
This place has everything.
Oh, there's more. As mentioned, in addition to the back door that leads out to the pool and the various gardens, there are of course the stairs leading up to the first floor. This is a two-story mansion. In the main wing, there's the upper balcony of the entry hall, and there is another living room with like tables and chairs and comfortable seating spaces as well. It's all just freaking plush, fine, sort of like beautifully finished and polished mahogany type furniture here. There is a section that kind of leads between the east and west wing that's just a gallery, just full of like gold leaf framed paintings. Some of members of the Wain family, others of just beautiful pastoral scenes, pictures of things. There's at least there is one of just like a beautiful like depiction of a moth as well. Regular moth though, rather than
The fancy moths.
the east, and honestly the upper wings are much what you expect. The east wing has frankly a master bedroom with a bed that could comfortably seat 6.
Right.
A whole like wing's worth of dressing rooms where you discover ample outfits. This does actually look to have been lived in, presumably by Master Wain. A private bathroom and toilet, like with a private bath. A games room, which is just full of just different board games. Like there's chess sets. There is a pool table, all sorts. An office.
Don't eat those.
Jeffrey's already on the backgammon set and reluctantly can sit down.
Haven't you learned from last time?
And an office again with beautiful sort of like fine woodworked table, shelves, all of the like. And the west wing has like again a second large bedroom, this looking very unused. Some dressing rooms, private bathroom, toilet, and you notice what appears to be an armory with like lots of some old style weaponry, some classical dueling swords, a full set of ornamental plate mail, and a fuck ton of like about a dozen muskets, and quite a fair amount of ammunition. And you notice actually quite a lot of throwing knives have recently been added as well. And this has a fireplace which opens up to reveal that secret ladder going down to the stairwell. So a second entrance to the cellar. And next to it, a room that was clearly another drawing room or something of the like, which has had the furniture cleared out, mats laid down, and a series of training dummies like placed in position, many of which have cut marks or strike marks on them. This had been clearly transformed into some sort of martial practice training room.
You could outfit a squad of Marines with all the stuff in this place.
As you comment on that, you hear a voice go, "Ah, yes, Master Wain was very fond of his armaments." You can see Squidward appears to have ascended the stairs while you've been looking around and joined you.
Would you like a cup of tea or anything?
I would be happy to prepare tea for all of you. And
I was going to ask if you wanted to sit down and somebody to make you tea, because today's a walk for you, right?
It is my understanding that you are the new owners of the manor.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you have to continue to work here.
Yeah, you've had a
Under the
bereavement.
circumstances, I think I would quite like to. I shall prepare tea and a light lunch.
Would that make you feel better?
Yes. He turns and
We could
in a bit of a
definitely get
daze
tea
walks
and
off
food.
and.
Oh, fuck. He thought I was asking. I was trying to be nice. Did I do it wrong?
No, I think he's just...
This
He's
is...
probably still not quite processed it yet.
This is honestly so awkward. I don't know what to do. Yeah.
When we steal this house,
He can't be in it because we don't know what happens to
Can't
live
he?
things.
do we know what happens when the house? Like, this is slightly different to the box one. Can he just continue living here?
I mean,
the box was
think
airtight.
it'll
Is
be
it going to be...
I think yeah, but this is a lot bigger than the box. I think we'll probably be fine.
Should we put a chicken in the box just to check?
I mean, the chicken will definitely suffocate because it's a box. It's a lockbox.
Can you leave it like unlocked and make it appear?
And I could leave it unlocked, but I don't know where it goes to. But like,
No, but my point is, could we just check if he'll live or not?
I mean, sure. The chicken will fit. She resummons the box.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
Just
the
don't
lid
put the
here
lid
just
all the way
appears
down.
in the floor where she's drawn the circle, drawn the rectangle. Takes some of the stuff, pushes some of the stuff aside.
Well, it's going to be the same as the house, right? I've understood this right.
Yeah. How long do we want to leave this?
Not long.
Okay. Leaves the lid open, but taps the thing to it. There's a sort of wobbling for a moment. Shit. Okay, look, the way this is set up, it's got quite defined boundaries. I've got to close the lid or it won't.
Alright,
vanish.
well, just don't do it for too long.
Okay, close the lid.
Oh dear.
Flash of light and dark.
So the chicken is now both here and not here.
Now, the chicken is wherever the box is.
We should probably bring it back, like, super quick.
Okay, does it again, like, a few seconds later. The box lid reappears, opens it.
Well, that's at least encouraging.
Well, it didn't just die, so that's something, right?
The chicken does not indeed appear to die instantly upon being sealed.
Doesn't
in
look
the
like it
box.
enjoyed that much, though.
But do we think we're going to end up killing the nice old man if we leave him in
I'm
this house?
reasonably sure that the inside of the house will be breathable. I've got a feeling of that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be much use for us.
I mean, your feelings are, like, pretty good for these things. We could also
Yeah.
palm off on Lady Grace, which is a little bit funny to me because I'm pissed off with her, but not necessarily the best thing we should do. Like, if he wants to keep living here, I mean, who are we to stop him, really?
I suppose it would be at least the kind thing to offer him the opportunity.
Yeah. Maybe we ask him if he wants to live here or go and be with a nice elf lady who will definitely welcome him with open arms. But, yeah,
I suppose we ask.
Ask what would make him happiest.
Yeah, I mean, how often are you planning on popping into this house?
I mean, as often as I want. Once this place exists, it's like the box. It'll just be there, and I'll just have a mansion I'll be able to get to whenever I want.
I mean, you could comfortably house dozens of people here.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Be a bit cramped, but you could probably do 100 if you really wanted.
Well, that's potentially really useful at some point.
That's significant. You need to get 100 people out of somewhere, or keep 100 people safe for a little while.
Put them in a creepy nowhere space.
Well, if you've the ability to summon this, well, once it's done anywhere, you could just summon it in one place, pile everybody in, move somewhere else, and then summon it back again. Have them all pile out again.
I have a question. Say this mansion is undeployed,
Yeah.
which, the box is undeployed sometimes, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. Can people leave? Because, if you, don't go there for a bit, or let's say, okay, you die. We can't get in because we don't know the spell yet. Squintworth man is in the mansion and nobody can get in. Does he just die there? Can he escape? Or is he just in this eternal sort of hell space that he can't get out of?
I mean, I think
Slowly
it's...
running out of food.
And eventually air, one imagines. But, after a really long time, but still.
Yeah, I think it...
Can he leave at will? Because I worry about imprisoning him.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's sensible to get everyone out of the mansion when it's not deployed.
So he's going
Fair.
to need somewhere to live then, isn't he? Otherwise, we've got another party member and it's a 90-year-old grieving butler. So...
Or it might be... I think it depends. So long as there's an exit somewhere, he should be able to get back out. But the whole point is that I wrap it out of the world, and then she holds up the little mini door. This makes a doorway. This lets us,
Well, he can't make a doorway from the other side, can he? If he's just in there while it's not.
Oh yeah,
a
it
thing.
wouldn't link to anything.
So we just eternally imprison him
We
in
just
a
have a
nowhere
man
mansion.
in a weird nowhere place, yeah.
I'm sorry, but you dying is as likely as any of us dying. So pretty likely, right? And over
Yeah,
time, you could possibly teach Scamp the spell. Hell, maybe even I could pick it up. I don't know what it is. But, yeah!
I wasn't really expecting a
A 90-year-old butler.
Look,
No, neither was I, honey.
Unless and until we have the ability to have multiple people access this, I don't think it's particularly safe to leave anyone in here when there's only one person who can access it.
I think perhaps we should palm this man off on Lady Grace, if I'm honest.
Yeah, at the very least, we should get him out.
We've got to at least make the
Today.
offer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just,
Or we could just live on the ship when we're not using it.
Only if he wants to, though.
True.
He didn't even like the thing about ships, didn't he hate the idea?
Yeah, he wasn't a big fan of ships.
quick clarification: is detect magic still active?
It's been more than 10 minutes,
Oh,
but,
okay, right.
but Victory can cast it again.
I mean, I could send Lady Grace ascending and just say, well, congrats, you've got a new butler. Good luck.
We'd better talk to him about it first.
Really well.
I don't care.
But for his sake, more than hers.
To be fair, I trust Viv to be nice to him, and she has enough staff that he'd probably fit right in. But yeah, for him, we should probably do better. She's also the only rich person I know who could possibly house a fucking valet.
You hear a sort of squeaking sound of wheels as
What do we do with
Squinty
him?
pushes a little tea tray up to presumably you're sitting in one of the dining rooms,
Yeah.
one of the living rooms.
Before
He's
he
got
comes
little
up the
sandwiches.
corridor, Celestia says, hang on, we can't disappear his fucking house in front of him just after he's seen his basically son die, can we?
I
Fuck.
don't think he'll notice.
You sure?
He seems to be very short-sighted.
Pretty fucking short-sighted not to notice a house go down like a tent, wouldn't you? Anyway, hello.
Here we go. I've prepared a traditional luncheon. And you see, there's just like little tiered trays with multiple sandwiches.
It is so sweet.
There's tea. There's coffee.
Please sit with us and have some.
With all due respect, under the circumstances, it would be unbecoming. I will remain to provide. Under the circumstances, it is clear to me that there is much to be done. Do you have need of a valet?
Celestia actually just flounders and looks at everybody else like
Well,
help.
personally, no. However, we do perhaps know someone who might.
I see.
Are you familiar with a... I'm just trying to think of... In terms that he might be familiar with, what Lady Grace is. Would she be a debutante?
Oh, definitely past debutante. You might if but if you do say, just try saying her name.
Are you familiar at all with an elven lady, Lady Grace?
Ah, the industrialist.
That's the one.
Yes. Yes, I believe we have. She has been at one of the manor parties many years ago when the previous Wains were in residence.
Right.
She may well be appreciative of your services.
Yes,
see.
we're going to ask her.
Well, under the circumstances, I have prepared a bag. I can head down to the city immediately. And
We've also got a ship you can stay on. Up to you, really.
I suppose yes. I will need to make some additional arrangements. For the immediate moment, I will make my way down towards town and attempt to put affairs in order from there before returning.
Is there anything special you'd like us to do with Master Wain's body?
Please, yes, please just, please keep. I will arrange for rites and the like, please, and we'll move it to the family tomb. Please leave it where it is for now, and I shall return.
Going to walk into town and come back and his fucking house isn't going to be there. Would you like us to do a little sending to Lady Grace to see if she wants a new valet? Are you looking for more
I would
employment,
appreciate
or do you
if you
just
could
want
write
somewhere
a
to settle down?
letter. I've prepared if you wouldn't mind writing a letter, signing a letter of recommendation, then I would be happy to
Yeah,
Happily.
deliver
of
that
course.
by hand.
I'll send ahead to her as well. I'm gonna send to her, like, immediately, but not out loud.
You go gather the Rainbow Spirit together.
Lady Grace, weird sending. Get excited. Fancy a new valet? Highly recommended from Wain Manor. Only 90 years old. Quite sweet. It's sad. Is that 25? Am I...
You've got 2 more.
Please help.
There's a pause. I see. Please tell him to come to my address. I will get the full story from him. Thank you.
Oh, fuck, she said yes. She's happy for you to come round. You're very welcome.
Many thanks.
Yeah, again, of course, if you want to. Otherwise, we can help you find other arrangements.
I shall make my way. I shall proceed as soon as I can.
Excellent.
You see, he gives a little bow and disappears downstairs.
We now can't just steal his son's body, so what do we do, folks?
Look,
We take the body out the house.
Yeah, we can just move
Or
it
we
out.
just
and-
leave it on the side of the road?
No, we're not gonna.
No.
Like, we're taking the house
It's-
is going away, but we're not.
Yeah, and the
mean, also
grounds will
once-
still be here, and there's...
yeah. Once we've got the mansion, we can just put the body outside, just politely, and
Well, politely leave his basically child's son in basically child's body in the street for him to just find later.
Wouldn't be in
No,
the street.
we can-
You like the
No, it'd be in the
house is going,
crater.
the grounds will still be here.
No, we will take it to like a. There's plenty of like morgues around. We'll just let
can
Lady
we-
Grace know where the body is.
That's a really good idea. Let's do that.
that's true. We can also just open the door near a morgue. Just don't even bring the house.
You're
to
an
them.
asshole, do you know?
I'll be honest. This is
Don't
a
get me
lot
wrong, it's
more
very
involved.
funny.
This
but-
is a lot more involved than the level of body disposal I usually get to.
Yeah,
Usually it's just head off and into the sea.
I think that politely asking Lady Grace to make some sort of arrangement so the man can say goodbye is probably the best thing to do here.
Yeah.
Tell you what, we'll pop it in with his letter of recommendation, shall we?
Makes sense.
Right.
Great.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, he's probably not going to read that, so this is fine.
I don't think he can read. If he didn't spot the body, I don't think he's at a point where he can read
No, I
anymore.
don't think reading's on the cards, really, is it?
Well, maybe if it was really close up.
Victory leans into you, Scamp. Is your life always like this?
I'd say a good 70% of the time.
Like 40% for me.
Oh dear. Between us, we're in trouble, aren't we?
Yeah.
Between you, you're 110% weird.
Well, all right. Well, I guess while the bottler's doing that, it's going to take me about an hour to set up these totems. So
Do you need a hand with anything?
I could use one. I could use one person to help me draw out the circles around the outside. Everyone
All right.
else get an hour off.
I have a wonder.
We should make sure all the traps are the sort
Yeah,
of
gonna
corridor or-
spend the hour exploring the manor thoroughly and making sure there are no
Untrapped traps.
sorry, my words
I will say
went.
that before he that in the next 10 minutes you write up a letter of recommendation.
Yep.
With including a note that you will deliver you will deliver the body of young Master Wayne to to Lady Grace so that she can.
I think we just tell her where we're leaving.
Okay, you tell her
to
that the body will be left outside where the manor was, or in the
politely
in the
under a tree, maybe.
Under a tree, yeah.
And making sure we have no unpleasant surprises waiting for us anywhere in the mansion.
And while you're doing that, the butler, Mr. Butler, packs up his things and proceeds to show you where all the traps are and how to disarm them, because that seems to be a polite thing to do. So that does. So yeah, if there's anything else you want to do in the hour while I guess Scamp and Victory are busy drawing out this circle, you can.
No, probably not. I mean, if we weren't dealing with the butler and all the traps currently, I'd probably run like a super fancy bath, but I feel like that would take ages. So.
I'm going to say, honestly, like this hour starts after the butler has got you see the butler sort of not bow again and start making his way down the hill. So if you want to just take an hour to pour yourself a bath and heat it up, you totally can.
Yeah.
Probably I would take an inventory of what's in here.
Okay.
With a view to, it would be useful information to know how many people this place could hold and for how long.
Okay. So, to summarise a bit of time, Scamp, you help Victory place one of these totems on the top of the roof. There's a little roof access that you're able to use. One down at the base of Mothman Cavern, of the Moth Cave, if you will. And 3 at different points around the outside of the mansion. He then proceeds to work on drawing an elaborate sort of circle. I say drawing an elaborate circle. You basically take digging sticks and hose and carve it into the dirt, making the pattern. Celestia, with a mixture of prestidigitation and drawing water, you were able to have a luxurious bath. This place is like marble tiling. The works. It is amazing. There's actually, you realise there is a tap that runs from one of the butts in the buttery, under the house, that dispenses. You can hook it up to different things. It's currently seems to be hooked up to wine, to a decent claret.
I have wine in the bath.
Yeah, you can just. There's even a little glass cabinet. You just get a glass, tap, pour out some wine, and
That's the best bath.
Yeah, you have an amazing bath. Corzin, one minute. I think I should actually take this from.
And also just clean some bits with prestidigitation in any time I have left.
Yeah. Taking I'm actually going to see what what's in the book to inform this one. So this place could comfortably house up to 100 people. There's a lot of not exactly wasted space, but there's a lot of banqueting space and stuff like that. And dance space and all the like. So you could definitely get up to 100 people comfortably into this place, and there's actually ample food and supplies in the storehouses. You could definitely, you could do a full banquet for some, you could do a fucking 9-course banquet for 100 people if you really wanted to.
Okay.
But you could probably support on rations that 100 for a few days, if you were so inclined.
That's good to know.
There are the armaments mentioned, there's the muskets you already discovered and so on. It's you've already found all of the weaponry in the house for the most part. You also get the opportunity, if you so wish, to read through the Mothman's diary.
I will very much do that. Yes.
To summarise. To cut a very long story short, the early. Would you like to start with the early, mid, or late parts of the journal?
Early.
Okay. this is the journal of one Bruno Wain from a young age. Skimming through it, you learn that the Wain family have always had the moth as their symbol, but the journal starts not long after young Master Wain discovered discovered a secret that had been kept from him by the family, that of the smugglers' caves below the manor. While there, he was surprised by a swarm of moths, becoming very afraid of them for some time, but also spotting one of these rare, as he's labelled them, moonlight moths as well. The spottily updated journal from there on goes on to talk about how he learns more about the family's history, and that these moths rarely appear out from the caves below. No more than 3 have ever been spotted at a time, but very occasionally a cocoon will be found down there as well, of this iridescent silk. And over the last 150 years or so, the Wain family have been carefully gathering up this incredibly rare silk and moth wings for its rare properties, and have been storing them with the intention of... It was unclear whether they were originally planning to sell them or make them into magical items. There had apparently been there's a mention of him, of his family, in the subject process of having finally gathered enough together for an outfit and being in negotiations with some gnomish tailor about putting it together. Then, towards the middle of the book, tragedy strikes. On a trip out from the theatre, his parents are brutally murdered by the...
we should always make Jason lovingly tell us the story of Batman. I think we should do
this is
every
fantastic.
episode.
His parents are brutally murdered in a case of petty crime, and the wealthy young heir becomes incredibly shut in. You see his mental health deteriorate really badly. He does not take the death of his parents well, and eventually just can't even stay. There's an embarrassing incident where he tries to beat up some criminals and nearly dies early on, and he just leaves. He gives the order that he says that he's going away for years, and he dismisses all the staff except for Squintworth Butler, because he's not going to be around. He remains to take care of the mansion. And then the next part, again, the journal entries start to get a little sparse, but it appears he travels the world. He goes to Haldanos. And eventually, it seems he makes his way to the Yellow Mountains in the prefecture of Song within the Tang Empire, where he makes his way to a hidden temple, the Tiger Temple, where he trains with a series of assassins for a number of years. Learning the ways of stealth, and it does not appear to do well for his mental health. There is much mention of, repeatedly, a theme that comes up is, "My parents are dead. I am vengeance. I am the night."
Oh dear.
He concocts a plan to return once he's learned the skills of an assassin. To wipe out the criminal underbelly of Newmark. At no point does he consider maybe using his extensive wealth to improve social conditions. Nah. This is solid. Bruno is just all about vengeance here.
Yeah.
Then there's the part that the planning room cued you in. He returns. Having almost been declared legally dead, but rather than rejoining social circles, plows his money into preparing to fight crime at a very individual level, plotting out the crime gang, the arrangement of the local crime gang, triggering a gang war by assassinating various members of the gangs and framing other gangs for doing so. And then it sort of merges, and he declares himself Mothman, driven to skulk the night and take vengeance upon crime.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah. And then you show up, and you kind of know the story from there. It's very much the same as what you found out at the planning room, except that he's convinced that you are going to make things even worse, and he has to kill you.
If he was as good as all of the setup here seems to make out, then how come we never encountered him?
Apparently, as you read through the journal, he took a lot of steps to actually, he didn't leave a lot of witnesses. So a lot of the gangs were aware that something was after them, but in their conversations with you, it never really came up because they were more concerned about the immediate gang violence issues. He was also more targeting the bowstring boys and the I've already forgotten Copper Kettle's gang's name at this point, and the Halfling gang. And you didn't talk as much with them. It appears that he did try to make some attempts on you. Five Friars gang, there we go.
Yeah,
he did attempt to make.
About to say the Five
It appears
Friars.
he did actually try to make some attempts on you, but through a shocking series of coincidences, ended up getting tangled up either with the illusionist battery. There's an attempt where he was planning to He was planning to ambush you. In a shipyard, and then the fire starters got there first, and you had the whole fight with where Vig lost his leg. There was another time where he was planning to get you as you were infiltrating the camp where the resurrectionists were, and then the whole nightmare ant scenario started.
He's just been
Good job you
slightly
didn't
off
come after
screen.
us when we
He's been 2 steps behind you this whole way.
Just slightly to the right of the
Yeah.
camera for the whole
Yeah.
quest.
It's a good job that he didn't come after us when we were doing that bank job.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of... there was one occasion where he actually reports having Scamp in his sights and about to take a shot, when Scamp just vanished out of thin air. Into thin air.
I'll do that
Imagine this.
sometimes.
Don't imagine this helped with the paranoia.
Oh, no. He's... it really... things got real bad. But yeah... That's you learn the life of Mothman, the life and death of Mothman. However, an hour
Well,
passes.
this would make a great Penny Dreadful.
An hour passes, and the 4 of you and your pets gather on the outside.
Are we a bit too early for Penny Dreadfuls? I'm not sure the timeline on that.
Not quite the timeline, but yeah. You gather together outside just outside the circle. And Victory goes, okay, Scamp, I need your help for this bit.
Yeah?
I can kind of do this, but you know that sense, when we sort of fold in a bag of, one of those holdy bags?
Yeah.
I need, if you take, she points to the second of the 3 sort of ground level totems, you take that one, I'll take this one, and just sort of... I'll supply the magic, but you just sort of follow my lead on folding things around, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So she touches her hands to the pyramid of bone. And you see again, wind starts to blow up around her. Her hair stands on ends. There are crackles of small sparks out. Where around the circle do the pair of you want to be, Corzin and Celestia?
Just back a bit from where Victory and Scamp are.
Okay,
give them space.
Victory and Scamp are actually about 80 feet apart because this is the wide width of the circle, so we can see each other.
Near Scamp, but back as they're expecting an explosion.
Okay.
Right, I'll go the other side then with Victory.
Okay, so you're with Victory, you're with Scamp, and there's a third sort of pyramid edge that you can see. Because of the arrangement, one of you're kind of almost either side of the mansion, focusing. Victory places her hands on the pyramids. Scamp do the same. And she closes her eyes, and when she opens them, they are crackling with lightning. The circle around, just carved into the dirt, begins to crackle and flash as well. And you hear a sort of humming sound as all three of the pyramids that you can see begin to glow with light, as does the one on the rooftop. A sort of coruscating flare of white, almost like flames, seems to come up, but strangely two-dimensional flames. They're razor thin. Follows the circle around the outside, and you see arcs of it shoot upwards and along, forming a hemisphere, parts of a hemisphere between these outer pyramids and the totem up on the rooftop. Scamp, I need you to make an Arcana check, please.
Well, I'm definitely going to use tides on this.
Oh, can I have given them inspiration before we do this big crazy thing?
Yes.
Can I have given Scamp and Victory inspiration?
Yes, you give them both inspiration.
We're doing a big scary thing, because I think I would have done.
I'm going to use the inspiration. Oh, that's not good. That's a 2 for the inspiration. But 2's better than that. That is 18.
Okay. As you kind of focus, and it's like folding space with it's halfway between the sort of folding space you do for making a bag and the kind of folding you've done when you make a teleport circle. You can see that it's almost like you're making a teleport circle around the whole house, but there is a strain to it. It's hard to keep hold of it. And you can see that Victory is having similar difficulties as she's struggling, straining to maintain it. The white flares go up, and they start to form a wall almost around. But you realise it's more like the crest of a wave, because behind underneath that white edge, there is a void black curtain that starts to spill up, but erratically, not in a single unified sort of wall, but more like tendrils flickering left, right, completely like Vanta black, whole in reality black. The earth begins to tremble and shudder. You glance down, Corzin, and you see there is a crack in the earth. It's filled with the same black. It's spilling outwards from that circle.
Is that supposed to happen?
Not exactly. Trying to compensate. The swirls of black are starting to unify. They're going higher. It's okay. Damn it! I think this is almost good. And you hear a cry, Master Wain! And you look and you see at the doorway, having stepped back, having at the entryway to the gardens, having stepped back bag in hand, coming back for one final look,
Oh,
is
God.
Squintworth the butler. And you see he just drops the bag and runs for the entrance.
What side is he on?
Oh, he's nearest to. I'm going to say he's like smack between the both of your groups. Like he's nearest the third pillar.
Okay, do we have how close to us is he?
Oh, at the point when he runs towards that pillar and that edge, he'll be 80 feet away.
Oh, absolutely, it's 90 feet, but it's a dick move.
Go for it if you want.
I mean, how close to the black is he? Is it like terrifying?
Oh,
Is he
it's
about to be
all
swallowed?
the way around, and you see him.
Absolutely
running
not.
straight-
Okay, I'm gonna cast. I breathe in the rainbow spirit. I blow it at him like a gas. I'm gonna cast confusion.
Okay.
It is one action to cast, so I might catch him.
Okay, you cast confusion. I'm going to roll
a wisdom save.
wisdom save. Okay, roll a d10 for me, please.
Okay, I do have the effects of confusion, so if you
Yep.
can't find it, don't worry.
I got it.
4. So...
He gets just towards the
Oh,
edge,
creature doesn't move,
and then
takes no
suddenly
action.
stops.
Woo!
Like, oh, Master Wayne, oh, Master Wayne, what? And then you watch as one of the black he's sort of stops there. It's like, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. The black wall just sort of vibrating all around him. I'm gonna roll again. Let's see what the next one is. Ooh. Okay. And could you roll me a d8, please?
No. 4.
Can I do
He-
anything, or do I need to entirely concentrate on what I'm doing?
You're kind of it is concentration, I'm going to say, to cast this spell. It is using your action. If you can bonus action, you can. But you see, as rolling one random direction, he starts running. Master Wayne! It's slightly not in the direction of the house, but it is into the circle. And you see.
Okay, can I rush over and intervene somehow?
Yes, you can. Give me an athletics or acrobatics check, please.
Athletics it'll be.
Cool.
Okay, that is 23.
Okay, with a 23, you run over. He goes over the edge. Your only chance to leap over after him. You
Yep.
manage to. You get him. You rugby tackle him basically,
Yeah.
but before and get him over the edge. But you're on the inside. He falls over on the other side. Victory pulls off her hand and instinctively goes, "No, wait!" And you see the wobbling two-dimensional wall lashes outwards, outside the circle, and bisects Squintworth. It just goes completely through, and you see his legs fall down on briefly. You catch sight of his legs falling onto the ground, and his upper body and torso just falls into the black hole void and vanishes. Before
Oh shit.
she grabs the hand again, it slams back up into place, and you see the wall is starting to ascend all around. This time it's stabilizing. Corzin, you are now finding yourself quickly surrounded by the rising solid black wall of nothing as it's ascending its way up towards the rooftop.
I think at
Okay.
this point I would probably run and try and grab Corzin if it's possible.
Yeah,
but
okay.
maybe to make
You
it
run
worse.
in as well. You get over the wall in
Actually,
time.
Gap, we have a grappling hook launcher.
I was gonna say,
Yes.
I was gonna get the rope that I have, and
But we have a literal grappling
Yeah,
hook
yeah.
launcher.
Oh,
who,
right.
who has that right now?
Whoever picked it up.
I mean, I found it.
Okay, you
Yeah.
have it.
We haven't divided it
Yeah,
yet, so
go for it.
sure.
Roll an attack. Roll against Corzin, I guess.
Yeah. I'm not like aiming to shoot into
No,
him,
it's just to see whether you completely miss.
What manner of attack is this?
Dex
I would
plus
imagine.
Dex, yeah.
No proficiency?
It's not really something you're
That's
proficient
fair.
in.
12.
Okay, it does. The line shoots out, anchors in the ground next to Corzin. Actually, I'm going to say it gets against an ornamental statue and hooks onto it.
Nice.
You grab, but as this is happening, it's the winds are picking up now all around the outside in a very similar manner to the winds that are conjured when Scamp creates a teleport circle. And Celestia, you realise that's because the air is just flowing into the black void.
Can I climb the rope?
Yeah, grab on the rope and give me a...
Pull him.
Okay, I need both of you to make an athletics check, please, against both, to pull him out, and also against the howling winds.
Right. I'm just thinking, climbing a rope, sailor, this has got to be reasonably good.
13.
18?
18, okay. Corzin, you hold the rope. Celestia, you hold the rope, but you don't hold against the wind, and you're picked up, and suddenly you see Celestia flies into the black.
Fuck.
And the rope suddenly goes downwards, causing you anchor yourself, and you realise now from the inside, it's bizarre. You can't see the outside anymore, but in that black wall, you see the rope is going down, and hanging off the edge is, you can hear Celestia, who's presumably making some noise. Yeah, the howling. You start working to pull Celestia up. You're able.
I'd try and help.
Yeah.
What is there to hold on to?
Hand over hand. Yep.
Victory grits her teeth. Damn it! It's Scamp. It's destabilizing.
What can I do?
We need to be on the other side. I can close it from there. And you leap through, as does Victory, who just sort of flies up with a gust of wind and over the rapidly rising wall of infinitesimally thin black, and she plants her hands on the totem from the other side, and you watch as the sky vanishes, the last few cracks of it, as the black surrounds everything. There is a sound like a thunder crack, causing as you just manage to get Celestia up and onto the grass, and then just the sudden pressure blast of it. All of you lose consciousness for an instant. And we'll pick up there next time.
Bye.
Oh,
Thank you all.
Squinty. Why would you kill Squinty?
I can't believe you chopped Squinty in half. I'm so mad. We tried so hard to keep him alive, and you're like, fuck you at the end.
I'm sorry, Squinty was doomed. Thank you all.
So mean.
Thank you all very much for listening. Thank you all very much for playing. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 Mothman.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.